his way back to center stage right here. Fox coming in, both players playing, trying to be a bit more compact, but still face-to-face against each other.
And AK's low defense has been something to behold here, as Coffeeford is still trying his best to get onto the calves and the shins of AK, but AK is going to be the first defender with this down 3.
Oh my goodness, that down 3 just so scary when it comes to Akuma, even with Elisa.
You guys are watching the Nationals, ang Liga ng mga Kampiyon, and we are on day 3 of the group stages of the Tekken 7 Pro League. Mika Fabs over here as your panel host with Touch Spice and Porukun, your casters, or rather one half of your casters for today. Hello guys. It's nice to be back. It's great to be back with you guys. Now, from yesterday, we saw that the balance has been restored to the Nationals, so to say. Nagising na yung mga Dragon. At the same time, delikado ito para sa mga underdogs tulad nila Don Argus and Jason dahil ngayon nasa danger zone sila. Checking out the recap of our standings, I do know that Maru is on the top spot right now as the sole Ren E-Pro representative here in our group stages right now. What are your thoughts on this, guys? And is this the outcome that you guys expected or are familiar with? Let's start with you, Poru.
Well, medyo ganito nga yung na-expect ko dahil considering the previous days of Maru, yung mga performance niya super consistent talaga, and so far the consistency is paying off. He's at the top spot, the king of the hill right now, and na-overtake na niya si Jules. Pero what I also expected was that the pros are gonna start to kick it into high gear, and it showed dun sa previous day ni Vermilion because he gained 6 points, bringing him all the way up to 3rd. Last time nasa previous half siya eh.
Exactly.
And nandito na siya sa first half of the standings. And, you know, he's not, of course, the only one that had a great performance yesterday. We will get into the top performers a little bit later. But checking out the second half of our standings over here, nakikita natin na si Jason and Don Argus, medyo mahirap yung position nila ngayon. You guys think that they can bounce back today? Poch, what do you think?
Yeah, we talked to Don Argus about how the pressure really makes him thrive in these type of situations. So Jason and Don Argus have a great chance, but they really have to step it up today and the rest of the days because the days are already numbered. We already have a final date for the playoffs, so they need to really kick it in high gear because everyone else is moving on up because the point differential is going to only get a lot more steeper here on out.
Yeah. And if you especially a lot more critical when it comes to Don Argus because he's at the bottom. Ang laki ng difference niya if he wants to actually make it to the higher into the higher ranks. And if people have checked out the schedule for today, then he only has one match today. So talagang onti lang yung opportunity niya to earn some points.
Oo nga. And nakita din natin na si AK, which we will get into a little bit later, is back. Apparently, it only took some soda. It only took some cola to bring him back. We will get into more of that discussion a little bit later. But for now, we also have a bit of the spotlight over here on Kunicat and Machinehead. We will get into that discussion a lot later. But right now, I want to talk about the top performers from yesterday. And, as we mentioned, the Dragons have risen here at the Nationals, and starting over from left to right, Maru, I feel like this guy has been pretty consistent in his performance, like the past 2 seasons. It's always a good show if it's Maru. Poru, what are your thoughts on his performance?
Yeah, yung consistency niya definitely is very admirable right now. He's been shuffling between different characters. Binalik niya yung Brian Fury much recently, parang ni-replay niya with Don Argus. And it shows na talagang gamay na niya yung character. And especially against such a dangerous opponent. Against Jason, bringing back the Kazumi is also a dangerous sign. Kasi ito yung character na talagang nagtatak sa kanya sa The National. Isa sa mga pinakamalakas na character niya to, and it's great to see that he's finally unleashing it.
And speaking of character loyalists, si Vermilion naman, of course, we know him as a Devil Jin na main, and right now he's been throwing out a lot of different characters as well. He had a bit of a rough time the past few days, but yesterday, isa naman siya sa mga dragon na gumising. Do you think it's because of the character switch up that he's been having a little bit of trouble the past days? Is he getting used to a few things? Is he on a Devil Jin withdrawal? What do you think? Let's go with you, Poch.
I think that he's definitely stress testing a bunch of characters, because we've talked about this type of tournament really brings out a lot of characters in your arsenal, and Vermilion is not one to shy away. He is still a Devil Jin main, but you saw right there he does have a crazy Jin, brings out the Julia, and he was able to rectify that loss from Jason because he was struggling with that Julia Armor King matchup, but his Jin really performed a lot yesterday, bringing him 6 points.
And of course, last but most definitely not least, we have Laos Playbook Esports Eagles, AK, and this is the AK that we have been waiting for. At sabi niya na cola lang pala yung kailangan. Nako AK, kung yun na pala kailangan, sana sinabi mo, magpapadeliver kami ng cola sa'yo. But seriously, what do you guys think changed with AK that allowed the AK of old to come back? What do you think, Poru?
Well, if anything, it's probably the pressure. Kasi sobrang baba nung ranking ni AK before yesterday, and he was probably feeling the pressure that, hold on, everyone is starting to catch up. Medyo kailangan ko nang i-unleash yung beast, and that was the catalyst talaga na naglabas nung AK that dominated 4 conferences of the Nationals.
It's like survival drive. Like he kicked into overdrive once he realized where he was at that point. What about you, Poch? What do you think changed?
He hit that midway point in this tournament. He definitely is done testing out different characters. I think he has like only several characters that he's going to shuffle to, the Law being one of them. And also, playoffs is in the air. He definitely wants to have that momentum coming into the playoffs, and he's not going to drop any matches here on out.
Oh, that's a bold prediction there. But now that I'm here, by the way, I just want to say that isa din ako sa mga top performers yesterday.
Congratulations! We have to be the one. Mika, how does it feel to be? You were on fire yesterday. Can I just say congratulations? Let's show some love to Mika.
Yeah, I want to thank my coach. My coach.
My coach.
I need to talk to you, coach.
I'm keeping these guys guessing kung may coach ba talaga ako sa predictions or wala.
It's Coach Mochi.
Coach Mochi, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
Coach
guys.
Mochi.
My cat na hindi si Kuni is actually coaching me. Anyway, let us check out. Yes, of course, we do look forward to that. That is like our most awaited event dito sa production side. But of course, we cannot forget our schedule for today. Let's check out what our matches look like. And right now, my eyes immediately go to that last match in our first half. That's BRE Maru and Laos Playbook Eagles AK. That is a big match, and I will have to say na nahirapan talaga ako sa prediction Nato.
Wow.
like-
Okay.
I was like, which way is it gonna go? This is a big match over here, and it's a bit of a grudge match as well, I believe, from the second conference of season 1. Isn't that right? Maru, what about you? What are you looking at for today's match?
Definitely going to have to be Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion against Smart Omega's Jules. Nakita natin yung sobrang init na labanan nila before, the strongest spear versus the strongest shield. It ended up at first in favor of Vermilion. Pero nakita naman natin kung gaano ka hindi gumamit ng Leroy Smith si Jules back in that match against Vermilion. And I know that Jules has studied that match thoroughly and he's planning to really bring the fight back to Vermilion this time around.
And checking out our second half for our schedule. What about you, Poch? Are there any matches that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm looking at Machinehead versus Maru because, as we talked about, Machinehead is in a bit of that danger zone. And not to mention, he is one of the biggest droppers, unfortunately, from yesterday, from being in the top of the standings, now being tied with Kunicat. So he really needs more points on the board here. And Maru, I don't think he's just going to give it to him. So he's really going to have to take the fight to Maru.
Yeah, and you did bring up something really good with Smart Omega's Machinehead. You know, there's a bit of pressure on him right now, especially since he's been having some trouble securing those points. He is actually our featured player of the day as well. What do you guys think he needs to do to step it up? Let's go with you, Poch.
For me, I think he just needs to go back to the Machinehead of old. Go back to that play style. Just be very calculated. Don't second guess. Because yesterday he was trying to go a little more aggressive and it didn't really pay off well. But going up against these two players, Maru and Jason, I think that his defenses will really bring him that victory and will be the keys for him getting that W.
Yeah, what about you, Paru? Anything to add to this?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Poch lang talaga. Kasi yung mga kalaban niya ngayon, si Maru and si Jason, they're both not quite data-driven. Very instinctive sila and somehow unpredictable din. And I think yung magiging data-driven style ni Machinehead dati, very logical decision-making with G's Howard or kung sino mang character ilalabas niya, it will definitely help him out in his matches for today.
And you know what? Speaking of BRE Pros Maru, his featured match with AK, as we mentioned, dito sa talent prediction side, was one of the hardest to predict, I feel, on my end, because this is going to be such a good match over here. And I don't know what you guys have to say about this featured match. Poch, let's go with you first.
I think it's just the classic case of the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. Maru being the immovable object, him being so consistent here in the Nationals. AK now on that rise. He's on that fever pitch now. So one has to cave in. And I can understand what you're going through, Mika. I also had a hard time picking. I honestly kind of flipped the coin, but I feel like my prediction might happen.
Don't say your secrets. Don't say your secrets, Poch. Maru, what about you? Did you flip a coin too?
No, but I do have a 20-sided die here. Pero no, I did not use that.
Man of culture, yes.
But what I can say about this match is that it's very interesting just because yung position na sa rankings. Maru right now is definitely the king of the group stage. Siya yung nasa pinakataas. And AK, we know him as the king ng the Nationals right now. He's fallen quite a bit, but he's on his way to reclaim his throne. And Maru is going to be the last line of defense for that. Kung mapipigilan ba ni Maru si AK this time around, I'm excited to see. And that's an interesting split there, 65%, 35%.
Yeah, and we talked about AK suddenly awaking yesterday, and like he is ready right now. The AK of old is back, but at the same time, Maru is one of those players that can just make the impossible happen. We saw that very memorable moment of seasons ago when he went from barely 8th place all the way to 2nd. That's still something to his name, and this is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be quite a matchup. Now, checking out our poll over here, as you mentioned, it is 65% versus 35%. I'm actually surprised that it is this, that the gap is this much. I actually thought it would be closer, but I can see why, of course. AK looking very, very scary from yesterday. But I don't know. I also don't want to tell you guys. I don't want to reveal my prediction, of course. But You know what? We're gonna discuss it later during the post show because like I can't say at least spoilers
It's okay.
or whatever.
Yeah, it's all good. One thing I do want to say is that their previous meeting, they were the ones that started off the national season
That's
3 of
true.
the Pro League. And we saw AK's first Law and Geese, but we had Maru's Brian. So I don't know if that's gonna sway anyone's predictions either way, but they really took each other to that limit, getting that 2-1. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be a crazy match.
Yeah, it's going to be it is going to be crazy indeed. And you know what? I think we are just about ready to start our matches of the day. Of course, if you guys want to catch up to the nationals on TV, on Singular TV, you can catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus at 4 p.m. on the following day, in case you need a little bit of a refresher, a bit of a recap. But for now, let us get right into the matches for today. Porokun and Poch Spice, the floor is yours because the nationals starts now.
All right, welcome sa The National Season 3 Tekken 7 Conference. Nasa day 3 na tayo ng ating group stages and painit lang na painit ang bakbakan natin ngayon. Sobrang lapit ng mga points and nag-aagawan talaga sila dito sa rankings. Kami ang inyong mga casters, Porokun and Poch Spice, and we're gonna be starting the day off with an intense match between Jules and Kunicat. Poch, I cannot explain how excited I am to see this matchup.
Yeah, you know what? Just to take it back to their first meeting, Jules versus Kunicat. This was actually the start of Kunicat's 2D problems here in the Pro League because we saw, and also the start of Jules showing us his arsenal with a Geese Howard, you know, probably inspired by Machinehead. But so far, so good for Kunicat. He was able to trump the 2D nightmares that he's been facing, and he's been thriving. He's beat the likes of Hapon, he's beat the likes of AK. So can he duplicate that and rectify this matchup that he had before?
Definitely meron siya momentum ngayon. He's fighting against some of the top players talaga, yung mga pros. They're no longer hindi na yung draftees yung mga pinapakitaan niya ngayon ng galing niya. It's the pros who have been here all along, and the evolution is evident in Kunicat's matches. On Jules' side, however, he is still one of the strongest players here in the Nationals. Although hindi ganun kaganda yung previous day niya, he remains to be in the top spot. Nasa second place lang siya. And nakita naman natin sa mga character choices niya with the Claudio, with the Bob. And he's been bringing out some other crazy stuff as well with the Ganryu, right? And the Geese. We don't know kung sino ilalabas niya against Kunicat, but it's definitely going to be a well thought out choice.
Yeah, and for Kunicat, on the other hand, he's has some character diversity. He's been cycling through 3 characters. So again, I think he's just gonna stick with the tried and tested Kunimitsu. But I'm sure Jules being part of Camp Omega. Oh, he's hiding himself behind the stick. He doesn't want to.
It's a big stick.
It's a huge stick, actually. it's a Kunicat, always the showman here. But as I was saying, Jules, I know that he knows better not to use the same old trick, so we might not see his Geese. He might bring out another character, because looking at how Kunicat handled Hapon's Geese and I think AK's Akuma, he knows that Kunicat is evolving into that lion heart that we know now today.
Yeah. Medyo kakaiba na yung Kunimitsu ni Kunicat eh. Back then, even in the Challenger 1, he was very aggressive. Oh, look at that! Jules showing off.
Baby Jules.
Is it Baby Jules or Baby Jules? But no, it's probably Baby Jules. But yeah, as I was saying, yung Kunimitsu ni Kunicat, talagang ang laki na ng evolution. Back then, it was very aggressive and really just took advantage of the unfamiliarity ng mga players dun sa character, di ba? But this time around, he's thinking, he's stopping in between his offense and then figuring out, ano kaya gagawin ng kalaban ko? And how am I supposed to respond to it? That is scary from Kunicat.
Yeah, you know what? He still has that mentality of, if he smells blood in the water, he's gonna go at it. Hindi tumitigil yung offense, pero what we saw with the matches yesterday, he knows how to stop the momentum, reset everything, recalculate his movements. So that's the constant evolution that we are seeing. And before anything else, we just want to mention that this tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. So starting this off with a bang with Kunicat versus Jules.
Jules, moving on to Jules, that is, talaga ang still an iron wall of defense. Although earlier nga nabanggit natin na hindi ganun kaganda yung naging performance niya in the previous day, but he still remains to be a terrifying player. And every time na bumabagsak naman si Jules, right? Just like a bone, every time he breaks, he regrows and he recovers a lot stronger the next time around. So that is immediately a big hurdle para kay Kunicat. Can he actually chop down or break down the wall that is Jules with whoa, it's a Shaheen. Okay.
Versus a Claudio. Wow, okay. We've known Jules for his Claudio. I don't know if Kunicat was expecting the 2D character, because in the previous match it was Geese versus Shaheen. But as you mentioned, Jules not having the best performance yesterday. He definitely will have a fire lit under him and under Kunicat's expense. So Kunicat's job is for him to be able to not let Jules play at the rhythm he wants to and set that pace. 100% statistics go to Omega's Jules, but Kunicat has proven the doubters wrong.
Yeah, he definitely has. Talagang nasira niya pati yung predictions ko si Kunicat ang sumisira eh. That Kunimitsu is a menace. But we're seeing the Shaheen this time around. Parang season 1 lang ng Tekken, and we're back in the arcades, and Jules with that float is gonna take Kunicat a little bit closer to the wall.
Not true, but Kunicat fighting his way out of the wall, uses the Starburst, but nice block on the low to the Noble Step. Kunicat in a really bad spot here. Jules making sure he gets him with that back one.
Yeah, talagang he's keeping him there in that corner with that back one. Inaalis niya yung sidestep options ni Kunicat, wants him to stay there, and Jules maintaining the optimal distance lang with that Claudio. Now that trade is gonna reset everything for now, but Kunicat is being a lot more careful this time around.
He is. He's not approaching recklessly now. Just simple pokes, making sure he gets the advantage here. Jules, again, sidestep 4 lands. Kunicat now in the life deficit and also not in the real estate advantage here. Nice duck on that Ira, and Kunicat is still poking away.
Yeah, wala pang combo between these two players. It's all just pokes. There's a first combo from Jules, actually, and it comes from blocking the slide. Big damage here. Kunicat is in the red. 25 seconds left on the clock, and now he's trying to wiggle out of the corner. Gusto niya makatakas dun, but Jules is keeping him there.
Jules has to be careful with that confirmation. Wow, goes for that slide, blocks it though, and Jules' defense put on full display. Like you said, for all his combos came from that block slide.
Yeah, walang launcher. Talagang yung slide lang na basang-basa ni Jules right now. And Kunicat is also making some good decisions. Tama naman yung mga pokes na nailalabas niya. Pasok naman. But Jules right now really just keeping Kunicat in place with some decent tracking.
Look at the life lead on Jules right now. Just, oh wow, nice Noble Step here. Kunicat going with that hop kick. Real gutsy of him.
Yeah, minsan kapag when it comes to that kind of play, like everything, it's just a huge scramble. Sometimes a hop kick is all you need, and Kunicat goes for the forward 3 as well. Gains himself around this time around with those incredibly daring decisions.
Can I just say that these two characters have like the best hop kicks in the game? But we haven't seen one from Jules just yet. He's so conservative, gets the counter hit, and Kunicat is gonna pay for that.
Saktong Chaos Fist lang. Not gonna rush for the wall combo dito para kay Jules. He's just thinking that, okay lang, I have Kunicat where I want him. I'm just gonna keep him there and make sure to solidify my defense here. And it's working. Even the pokes are just stopping out Kunicat's options.
Ooh, going for the plus frames. Kunicat in a very dire situation. Oh, floats him. Ooh. Gets a conversion. Not quite. Kunicat does still have has rage. And the clock is winding down in Jules' favor. Ooh. And Jules scores the victory here.
Simple moves lang na ginamit ni Jules. Nothing very flashy or very risky, right? Yung mga standard pokes na ginagamit lang with Claudio, those lows, and he's really reading into when Kunicat is deciding to press and keeping him locked down with his own attacks. And Kunicat, he's making he seems to be a bit impatient, and talagang ilang pokes yung tumama sa kanya, keeping him locked down in place. So that's something that he's probably gonna have to think about for the next match.
One thing I want to point out is, and I want to ask you, Poro, how many Shaheens has Jules dealt with, right? He's dealt with so much, especially when Shaheen was on the rise. So seeing this matchup play out, Jules really knew how to handle this Shaheen matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, ilang tao ba sa Pilipinas? I think that's how many Shaheen mains we have as well, because Shaheen is and has always been the character of the Philippines. So if you're gonna play Shaheen against Jules, you better be the best Shaheen in the Philippines if you want to take that win. And Jules just systematically took down yung Shaheen ni Kunicat.
Yeah. And it was just also the defense was in full display of how he was able to just systematically, as you mentioned, just poke him apart, really defend, had so much confidence in his defense, blocking those slides, blocking those pokes as well, and just really letting Kunicat play more impatient for him to open himself up for Jules' offense.
Mm-hmm. On the other side, though, when it comes to Kunicat's play, napansin ko, he, in the past days, before the whole breakthrough recently for Kunicat, he's been having a lot of trouble kapag nasa losing end siya, right? Medyo, it shows in his movement that he's a bit hesitant in approaching because it could be over in a flash. But this time around with the Shaheen, it seems that given the range of the slide and particularly some of the tools of Shaheen as well, he's given a bit more option and he's a lot more comfortable trying to actually find a way in. Kasi even at the distance, medyo kaya niyang lituhin yung kalaban with the mix-ups immediately. But unfortunately, it didn't work against Jules completely. But that change in attack when he's on the losing end is definitely a good growth for Kunicat. And I'm excited to see kung sino yung pipiliin niya in the next match and whether or not he can still apply it.
Yeah, 100%. You saw that he wasn't as impatient in previous matches, even with the Shaheen, right? We talked about it yesterday, how the Kunimitsu kind of has to gamble a lot coming in, especially if he's in that deficit. That's why he lives and dies by that chaos style he has. But with the Shaheen, he was more systematic. He was sitting on the rage for a while. He wasn't panicking when his back was against the wall. He tried to wiggle himself out. He knew he had to sacrifice just a little bit. But it just shows that he seems pretty comfortable. He just has to put it together because, again, when Jules sits on that lead, you talk about the iron wall. Think about the walls closing in on you when that happens. The clock is winding down. All your pokes are being defended, whiffed. That's just the style that Jules brings to the table.
Yeah, the walls are closing down. You can dig yourself up, pero meron ka lang is kutsara. You don't have enough damage or time to actually make it out. So it's definitely a no-no to be on the losing end when up against Jules. And here it is, the response from Kunicat. Lumipat siya dun sa Kunimitsu, and I wonder if he's gonna keep the systematic play style this time around, or if he's gonna go with the chaos play style na naman with this change in character.
I would love to see him open up with volume and output and just drown his opponent, because it gets so scary. But this is Jules we're talking about. He can defend with the best of them. So he has to bring his A game here. Again, I agree with this pick, but I'm sure Jules also has prepared for this Kunimitsu.
If anything naman talaga, is expected naman talaga natin na Kunimitsu yung ilalabas ni Kunicat at some point. Which is kind of surprising that he actually brought out the Shaheen, considering that it didn't actually fare that well in his previous matches. But now here comes the Kunimitsu, and right now Kunicat actually played very passively with the character.
Yeah, but just don't blink, ladies and gentlemen. Once he finds that opening and he smells blood in the water, he will rip into it. But Jules, again, with a calculated style, again, not really rushing anything, waiting the clock to go down. He could take it to the final seconds if he has to. He really just wants to make that clock work in his favor. Kunimitsu, though, going for those low slides. Nice. Noble step by Jules. Puts Kunicat in the red.
Yeah, look at that. Jules with a commanding lead. Dahan-dahan talaga niyang inubos yung buhay ni Kunicat, almost letting Kunicat somehow self-destruct with the options that Jules is throwing out. But Kunicat doesn't seem a bit phased by it, but Jules is just keeping up with the program, continuing what he's trying to do. Gets that combo, gonna take the floor break as well, and Kunicat's gonna be enraged.
Steady lang yung offense ni Jules because he's really just weathering out the early storm of Kunicat. Wow, goes forward 2 rounds in the bag for Jules, and we only broke 1 floor. Like, Jules is keeping it real conservative.
Yeah, definitely. Talagang there hasn't been much opportunities naman to break the wall. Not much combos here, and Jules really just keeping him out or locked out. That Ira, that spinning skies, yung homing ni Claudio, and Kunicat just keeps getting clipped by these moves that Jules is throwing right now. It's not going good for him. Ang laki ng slide lead, and that wall splat as well.
Yeah, Kunicat in a really dangerous spot now. He is in huge trouble. Oh, Jules floats him, and that's 3 rounds straight for Jules. Wow. All right. Kunicat again realizing, he lives and dies by this character, and he's still all game, still dripping with class here, and still pretty energetic. does have a big day ahead of him going up against AK, but there we have it. Jules, congratulations, getting 3 points for his team.
Yeah, amazing job there from Jules. Ito yung ina-expect natin eh. Kapag hindi ganun kaganda yung performance of Jules the day before, he's gonna come back a lot stronger and a lot tougher to break down this time around. And I like the analogy na ginawa mo actually, Poch. He's an advancing wall. So he's not just keeping you locked out. He's also threatening you slowly but surely, saying that, oh, you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose. Yeah, it's such a threatening style that Jules is using with that Claudio. Let's take a look at how he actually did that with Kunicat.
Just precision, right? Just simple pokes. He knows that Kunicat was going to go for those big lows, those big slides, and always took advantage of the real estate here, going for those splats, keeping him in check, keeping him at bay, and maximizing as much as possible all those blocks and punishes.
Mm-hmm. Especially this one, reading very well into the slide. Parang nakikita niya, inaamoy niya kapag slide si Kunicat. Although there are some times na talagang it landed, but Jules was definitely ready for the possibility every single time. And as well as, nakita mo yun, tip range. Tumama yung forward three ni Claudio. The range management from Jules and the recognition of how far Claudio can reach really played a huge part in this match against Kunicat. It's why Kunicat is always in the corner.
Yeah, his defense, aside from him knowing the reads, he's really good at managing space. He knows what's his optimal range and also what his opponent's optimal range is. And Jules also isn't afraid to eat a little hits just for him to get a read on you. He was tagged by a couple of those lows, nothing too big though. So congratulations to Jules. Moving on, Kunicat can still bounce back, but against AK, big feat. But we're going to go into our next match. Jules coming up to bat once again, but going up against another Ultra Warrior in the name of Vermilion.
Ooh, that is a scary matchup. Ito yung nabanggit ko earlier on. Medyo inaabangan ko yung matchup just because of how intense their previous fight was here in the Pro League. Head-to-head, 10-6 in favor of Vermilion. And back then, Jules brought out that Falcon Ram and Vermilion was actually hammering away, suntok sa pader, with that Steve Fox. And it worked really well, even when Jules switched to the Leroy Smith.
It did. It was back and forth. The Leroy did work in Forgotten Realm, but Vermilion again sticking with, Steve, not S tier anymore, just Steve, just still pretty good. But it just shows that he, even though the changes to Steve didn't back him off to the character, and he still uses him to the full effect here. And what a nail biter. I think you and Kid were casting this one. Very sayang yung punishes. Yeah. But wow, I was just taken aback with how crazy these two brought each other to the limit. Here, looking at the player profile with Vermilion, the Devil Jin, Julia, Marduk, Jin. He has a lot more characters. 54% win rate, 7 picks, and you know what? He has that record. Has 6 points in the bag yesterday.
Yeah, those points are definitely gonna help him out. But on the other side, Jules is just red hot from his match mula kay Kunicat earlier on. Nakita natin na on point yung Claudio niya, so baka ilabas niya. Look at that, 100% on that Claudio. But he does have his other picks then. He has that Jin, which he has yet to actually release, the Bob, the Hwarang, and even yesterday actually showed us a pocket Ganryu that unfortunately did not work out as well as expected. But still, knowing that it's there is a pretty terrifying thought kagad. And look at our players right now.
Yeah, Jules again. Look, all smiles at the start, but you saw how stoic, how calculated and cold-blooded he gets once the game starts. Vermilion and Jules, I know that there's the Vermilion and Jules have like the El Clasico, right? But this is also one for the ages because both of them technically you could say they use Mishimas, Devil Jin versus Jin. They have that connection with them. And Vermilion did tell me that he really looks up to Jules. So whenever Jules and him are facing each other in tournaments, especially in the nationals, he always brings 100% to the battle.
Yeah, that is an incredible form of respect talaga. These players, medyo may history na sila with each other because these are the top players talaga in the country. They've seen each other in tournaments, in the arcades, and they know that when they're up against each other, they really shouldn't be pulling any punches. That would be super disrespectful. So I'm excited to see kung ano ilalabas nila this time around because the Steve, okay, hindi yun yung main ni Vermilion, right? Pero, ang tindi pa rin talaga nung pagkakagamit ni Vermilion with the Steve. He really punched his way against Jules then in that matchup, especially against the Leroy Smith, which is just a terrifying character so far here in the Nationals. Parang every time na may lumilipat kay Leroy Smith, it turns in their favor.
Exactly. I think there was a statistic in season 2 where the success rate of people using Leroy Smith, he's really a dangerous character to use in high stakes situations. But again, I think if that match lasted a little longer, it could have gone any which way. And we're seeing it now because they have that as a blueprint to face each other. So now they're going to come into this second match. Everything is, reset, but they do have that knowledge. I wonder if we're going to see the same cast of characters because Vermilion Steve is still pretty effective.
Yeah, definitely. I have no reason to think na lilipat siya ng character. And I think he'd probably rather keep the Devil Jin for the later days because he's in a good spot right now. Nasa third place siya, diba? In our rankings. So he can actually go for something a little bit safer but still competitive like the Steve Fox that you said. And recently, yung Jin Kazama ni Vermilion has been making waves, but that's a risky pick against Jules.
That's a really risky pick. But I'd love it, though, if he does pick the Jin again. What a big statement. If he brings out the Jin and tempts Jules to go. I know Jules won't bite, but what a storyline if he uses his main. But we've seen that. We've seen Maru use Kunimitsu, Julia against the Ultra Warriors. That's not too far, especially with how that would really test Jules's defense, if ever, because we saw how Vermilion, how he fought fire with fire against Don Argus with aggression. So that's a big test. When it comes to Jules, do you have any, we're actually going to go into it. I was going to ask, who do you want to see?
Real quick, I want to see Ganryu again. A proper Ganryu.
Let's see it. We're going to... Ganryu?
No, it's a Marduk. It's the big Jin on roids here. And Vermilion actually going for the Julia Chang.
Okay, so they're meeting each other again, different characters. They've gone something away from their previous match. Julia versus Marduk. Just to mention also, Vermilion has a pretty scary Marduk we saw in the first few days of the Pro League. Jules has some experience. He did face Nature Lover in Season 2. Wow, it is 60 to 40% in favor of the Ultra Warrior, though.
Yeah, I can agree with that prediction rate right there. Kasi talaga sobrang nakakatakot yung naging performance si Vermilion earlier on. But wala siyang kalas this time around. Jules just goes for the around the world throw there with Marduk.
Oh man, it's going to be a grappling match, and Jules just setting a statement right away. We see Vermilion kind of struggle, goes for a party crash to interrupt. Oh, bow and arrow gets blocked. Jules' defense is still on point.
It is, and it is stronger than ever here. Mukhang alam na niya kung ano i-expect with the Julia Chan because that bow and arrow definitely going to be one of the tools na gustong gawin ni Vermilion here. Actually fishing for those war drums, not gonna pull the trigger right there even though nakuha niya yung tamang hit and the range. But Vermilion with a pulse is slowly chipping away at Jules.
Yeah, Vermilion still not shying away, trying to go for that shin breaker, but Jules again just threatening with Valley Tudo. But look at that, the twisting arrow cannon, and look at we know that Julia is a queen of wall carry, but failed to get that splat.
Not this time around, pero the life lead is with her this time around. Huge life lead here. Jules gets the throw again. Vermilion. There's something wrong with his fingers. Oh no! Jules actually messed the combo as well and gets nailed by that rage drive from Vermilion. Such a huge scramble between these two players.
Yeah, they're swinging for the fences. These guys have faced each other time and time again, so they're pulling off tricks. All blocked on the Python explosion. Vermilion was ready for that, and now he finds the wall.
Yeah, too close para sa wall combo, pero Jules, the get-up here actually puts Vermilion in a dangerous spot, but Vermilion, the aggression is pushing him back to center stage. Medyo lumuluwag yung space nga ni Vermilion. There goes another throw. Not a 1+2 this time around. Gets the stomp afterwards as well. 30 seconds left, almost equal life.
Yeah, that jackhammer press again, just threatening. What do we got now? Nice block on the mid. Vermilion again, just checking with the party crashers. Going for those lows. Another party crasher for Vermilion.
Onting titik lang dito sa taas, sa baba, and Jules just fell victim there. Another throw, but this time Jules on the receiving end. Tries to go for the dive this time around. Mid on the wake up. Backing away muna dito. On situations here, but here comes a huge launch from Jules with that.
Holy smokes. Hercules hammer to throw him back at bay. Tries to go for that blitz shoulder tackle. Jules again backing up. The defense is being tested. Good break on the Mad Axis. Vermilion still not being deterred to push the offense, controlling the center of the stage.
Even at face-to-face, talagang there seems to be a conversation between these two when they're just managing the range here. And Vermilion trying to find his way past the defenses of Jules, finding those low pokes, and Jules actually getting crushed by that Party Crasher as well. Not looking good for him with that slight life deficit. It's growing, and Jules is in the range. 10 seconds left. Oh no.
Yeah, the walls are closing in on Jules. Vermilion still pushing the offense, lets it rip. And Vermilion scores the first match.
Oh, that was a daring finish there mula kay Vermilion. Inuloy niya yung shotgun actually.
I
Went
know.
for the extension there, which is pretty risky, but he knew that if anywhere's the time, it's probably now. And even if he did get anything after that, kapag tinamaan siya ng retaliation ni Jules, he still has a lot of life. So I guess it is a well-calculated risk on Vermilion's part.
Yeah, all or nothing, he said. He also had another round to gamble, if ever. Let it rip on that last string, but it was getting pretty dicey towards the middle. Some unoptimized combos here and there, a lot of scrambles, but that just shows the level of intensity these two players are bringing into this match. Talagang init na init, Oro.
Yeah, mainit na mainit at nakakapagpabagabag nga talaga yung laban na to.
I will try that later.
Yes, please do. Yan ang assignment mo, Podge. Okay. But yeah, right now, once again, since natalo nga si Jules, it's going to be up to him, right? Up to him what he's going to be doing next. The Marduk seems to be having trouble with the Julia Chang. Hindi niya mapigilan kapag nasa harapan na talaga niya yung Julia Chang. I mean, who can resist? Can resist the when kapag lumapit sa yung sikat na streamer.
Exactly. Party Crasher. Guys, yeah, PSA with those streamers. Worry about just be careful with those Party Crashers. Exactly. Elbows. But something to highlight with Jules, he did get a lot of those throws. He did get a lot of those around the worlds, a lot of those jackhammer presses, but again, once Vermilion got going, it was really hard for him to get that off, get that groove back going. So I wouldn't be surprised if he changes characters. But the Marduk, again, Jules also has this, he was warmed up with that Claudio. Now shifting to Marduk, maybe it needs a little more rounds in the bag, but against Vermilion, that's pretty risky.
Yeah, I think that is agreeable nga talaga na it needs a little bit more rounds to warm up, and there it is, Poch. As you mentioned, maybe this time around medyo nagamay na niya kaagad yung Marduk. Nakapag-shift na yung mindset niya from the Claudio to the Marduk this time around. We're going to the arena, circular stage na, may mga straight edges, but that wall is definitely going to be a huge factor here because it's not that big of a stage.
Yeah, I think Jules wants to keep it close quarters. If the streamer is gonna approach me, fine. All right, let's keep it in like a phone booth, one of the smallest stages here, so I could get my grubby hands on you. So let's see how it goes.
Okay. Rising 4 from Vermilion here gets a knockdown on Jules. Immediately harap-harapan silang dalawa. It's a meet and greet between these two, and there's the Rising 1 from Vermilion. Should be able to carry straight to the wall.
Oh man, look at that. Yeah, this meet and greet doesn't need insecurity because Vermilion is still oppressing with the wind rolls here, not letting Jules move, but Jules able to escape here. They switch sides. Good escape from Vermilion.
Yeah, very nice stuff there. Going for the strength this time around. Vermilion awake with those throw breaks. Ayaw niya. That is dangerous kapag hindi na nakakapag-catch ng mga throws there. But Vermilion was a very decisive last moments there in that first round.
Yeah, Julia's lows are just so oppressive. Bow and arrows, you really have to time your defense with that. And Jules, I mean, one of the best to ever do it. But, I mean, he's still getting caught. Nice break on the mad axis and good block from Vermilion. Continues the combo. Good pickup.
Yeah, that's a tough combo. Mahirap yun, but Vermilion seems to be on point right now with this Julia Chang. And if there's anything that Vermilion is definitely good at, it's the execution with these characters.
Yeah, he does not shy away from execution-heavy characters. Now, backing away just a little bit. Oh, gets the mad axis, Maru! Oh my god, 2 rounds for Vermilion.
Not a good spot here for Jules right now. 1 round away from getting it finished here in the set. There comes the mount, but Vermilion actually gets away. Tries to convert his Vermilion, but big characters, medyo kakaiba ang hitboxes.
Yeah, but look at the movement. Oh, just moves away from that flash hook. Now Jules getting the life lead here. This is a big momentum shift. Nice escape from the tackle. Now we got to be really careful there, Jules. Nice bow and arrow from Vermilion. Has rage.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good read from Jules. Actually, medyo in-expect na niya na no, this is going to be in mid this time around, ready with the punish and gets himself on the board. And now, is this the start of something new para kay Jules?
I don't know, he's got to bop his way to the top if he's going to continue this offense. Now Vermilion still checking with those mids and trying to go for those lows. Still keeping it pretty conservative, but Jules is the one pushing for the offense now.
Yeah, he has to kasi ang laki ng disadvantage right now even in the rounds. But the life advantage is in his favor. Good low parry here from Jules and catches him with a shoulder bump as well. Jules wants to keep going here in this match and he's not about to fall. Vermilion right here, huge lead.
Yeah, the tides have been turning, but can Vermilion steer back in course? We do see that Vermilion is the life deficit, and that's growing. Oh, Jules drops it. Now Vermilion, can he pick up the pieces?
Oh, no.
Gets the bounce is going to be huge for him.
It definitely will, but there's a side switch. Medyo mahirap kapag magamit ka ng mga low-hitting combos against big characters because that is something you have to watch out for. Catches him in the back. Forward on the floor. Jules is in the red here. 30 seconds of the bow and arrow from Vermilion takes out Jules, puts a stop to Jules' attempt to bring it back. Now takes it 2-0 and gains himself 3 points. What an incredible performance on that Julia Chang.
Oh my gosh, Vermilion, holy smokes, with that Julia, night and day difference with how he faced Jules before. It was back and forth, but this one, Jules just seemed a little phased by how Vermilion was approaching this matchup, and just big shoutouts to Nature Lover because I don't know if you're going to put him up there as one of the 2-9 to Julias. That's a bold statement, I'm just saying. But, you know, it's just saying the tutelage of Nature Lover was showing there and how he was able to take down one of the most defensively decorated players here in the Nationals, and we're going to see that in the highlights.
Yeah. Defensively decorated is the right word to describe Jules, and Vermilion really just brought the fight to him talaga with this Julia Chang. And as you mentioned, talagang merong touches of Nature Lover, kitang-kita naman, especially with the execution with Vermilion. Nakita natin yung mga medyo risky combos na ginagawa niya, but it's a bit shaky at the start though. I think masyadong maraming iniisip si Vermilion, hindi niya nababreak yung mga throws ni Jules, and there were a lot of scrambles as well between the two players.
Yeah, it was evident at the start, right? He just needed to warm up a little bit, but once it got warm, it got going, and Jules had a hard time in the first 2 rounds. I actually thought we were going to see a game 3, but Vermilion, again, a real clutch there, and it just shows his mental fortitude because after you in 2 rounds straight and the way Jules was able to dominate the following 2 rounds, yeah, Vermilion had to do a lot of recalculations here.
Yeah, and I think he did so in the nick of time, and sakto lang kasi once Jules actually gets going with any character na hawak-hawak niya, he's definitely tough to stop even if you change characters because Jules is a data monster, and even with the Marduk, if he's stuck with the Marduk since pinili nga niya, right? Even if you change the character, he's definitely gonna have a response to it. So congratulations to Vermilion for actually sealing the deal with that match against Jules. 3 points para sa kanya, but we're gonna be moving on to our next match. Isa sa mga pinaka-aabangan na matches din dito, it's going to be AK versus Kunicat.
Oh man, the head-to-head shows that Kunicat did best AK, but AK, you know, after his performance yesterday and the previous days, something inside him has awoken. The devil within, the Shaheen within, or who knows, right? But he has been on a tear lately. But Kunicat, again, has this ability to prove a lot of people wrong. And coming into this match, AK has a lot to prove because in the previous match, Kunicat was pretty decisive with his victory.
Yeah, he certainly was fairly decisive actually, but we can't discount the fact that Kunicat already fought earlier today and he suffered a pretty serious defeat laban kay Jules. So medyo napatay yung init niya ngayon this time around. But then again, he is going up against AK, and I'm pretty sure anybody in this competition would be excited to go up against such a red-hot competitor right now.
True. And AK also mentioned in his interview yesterday that he was excited to face Kunicat. Here at the player profile, 50% win rate, total picks of 6. His Law and Akuma has been coming out, but we also see shades of Geese if he chooses to bring it out. Now, if we talk about Kunicat, on the other hand, he had an amazing match against Jules. Previously, he brought out the Shaheen. He also brought out the Kunimitsu. But I really think when push comes to shove, we're going to see more of that Kunimitsu.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case, especially against AK. ayaw niyang mag-risk ngayon, basically. And do you really want to use a Shaheen against AK? One of the most known, not even one of the most known Shaheen dito sa Pilipinas. So yeah, probably put a big X on that Shaheen for now. The Kunimates who might come out, a Marduk might be interesting against AK, depending na lang kung anong pakiramdam ngayon ni Kunicat. And if I'm not mistaken, he actually brought out the Lydia, didn't he?
AK or
Kunicat? Oh wait, no,
not
really,
I don't.
really.
Yeah, could be today though.
Yeah,
Who knows?
There is the Jack 7 and even the Kazumi at some point. Kazumi pala na
Ooh,
yeah.
Kazumi, yes. Against of all people, Vermilion, he brought that out. So he really relied on fundamentals there to take it to Vermilion. And if you look at the win rates of both those players, they're both at 50%, and they're nearing each other in the standings. So this is one of those matches that's very pivotal with what kind of momentum we're seeing. Kunicat, this is his last match of the day. AK, he's starting it off with Kunicat. So I wonder how AK is going to approach this match. He has been a little shaky in the past few days, but it seems like he's hit a stride, right? So let's see if he'll maintain that momentum coming into this match against Kunicat.
Yeah. Kapag day 3 na kasi talaga, we only have 3 days left, including this one. Including this one, we only have a couple of days left for them to actually gain their points. And medyo lumalawak yung gap between the players is. Bandang gitna, medyo magkakalapit pa. So it's going to be a serious fight, especially dun sa last part ng rankings natin, because only 8 of these 10 players will be making it to the playoffs. So every point really matters right now, especially for those in the bottom half of the rankings. And AK right now, he's not quite in the upper half yet. So medyo delikado pa. Kunicat as well, definitely, especially since nakakuha siya ng 0 points earlier against Jules. He's gonna need the points against AK this time.
Yeah, I mean, I could just say if you're at that lower half of the standings, you're still at jeopardy. I mean, if you look at Machinehead, right, from the first half of the standings, he jumped down. So no one is safe, especially when playoffs is nearing. You could smell the playoff season in the air, and right now you really have to secure as much points as possible. Now, this is also a big test for Kunicat, because that match with Jules did not go his way at all. He was, he did get some time for him to mentally reset, for him to be able to gain back that fire he has. I think for him to approach this match, personally, I think he needs to go back to the Kunicat of old. Go back to that same ferocious style that really just overwhelms, mixes up that confidence to really for AK to second guess himself. For AK, on the other hand, man, just do what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
Just play by instinct.
Yeah.
How about you, Poru?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about going crazy against AK, because right now AK is actually playing the crazy game. Isa sa mga opinion and theories when it comes to AK is that he has 2 faces. Okay, he has 2 sides, basically. One side is the pro na talagang calculative and very logical yung decision making. On the other hand is the child, who is just crazy, and you can really not expect kung ano yung ilalabas niya this time around. It's completely illogical, but it's going to work against you, and it's gonna frustrate you to no end. So exciting to see how that is gonna turn out.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to just ease into a very short break, but right after it, we are going to see Kunicat versus AK. More of the Nationals when we return. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the Nationals Pro League Group Stage Day 2 for Tekken 7. Botch Spice and Boru-kun, your commentators for today. And Boru, we have entered into a new timeline now.
Yeah.
So we did take this short break because if everyone is up to date in Tekken, there is a patch that dropped. And we were just waiting for the players to just get the most updated version of the game. So, you know what? This is what pros are made of. You know, some adversities come their way. They really have to try to play at the most optimal. Again, it's some changes, but I wonder how it's going to fare in this competition.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a huge exploration para dito sa mga players natin. They will be the first to experience these changes in the heat of battle talaga. And it's going to be a huge test ng kanilang adaptive capability. Things are not going to go as planned with their matches. Yung mga strategies nila probably going to have different results, but it's going to be up to them to pay attention, pay close attention, and react appropriately to whatever happens. So this is going to be an interesting new stage here in the Nationals.
Yeah, first ever. I like how you said that we're going to explore this all together. So do join us, ladies and gentlemen, because our next match you just saw, our combatants there, AK versus Kunicat. AK with that powered up soda there. When AK starts drinking, he means business. He threw away the water goblet already. He's done with H2O. He's hydrated enough, and he's going up against Kunicat. So Kunicat, again, you saw all smiles, but when the game starts, he's all business.
Yeah, it's super serious right now for these players, especially with the new changes that may or may not have applied to their new characters. They're priming their senses. Talagang tutok na tutok sila. Ano kayang binago? Ano kayang nangyari? They're trying to gather as much information as they can right before they enter the fight, and they try to figure out if they're going to be able to make use of those information right now. But then again, the question is, sino nga ba yung mga characters na gagamitin nila? Because
okay, AK with the Paul. All right. Shout outs to young Rafiki, but Kunicat going with the Kunimitsu. So again, ladies and gentlemen, patch did drop. So let's see how the adaptability of both these players will fare in this new age of Tekken. Violet Systems we go. AK had some really great matches in Violet Systems against Maru, but now the debut of his Paul Phoenix.
Ang pagbabalik ng Paul Phoenix ni AK, you know, he's already brought back the law, and sobrang nakakatakot na nung character na yun. And this time around, he's bringing back the partner of that law that really made waves in the days of Tekken Tag Tournament 2, the Paul Phoenix. It's a massive 80% talent prediction here in AK's favor, and AK just going ham right from the get-go.
Oh no. Demo Man, he's only using one move. That's it, just marching him down, Demo Man. Kunicat now, great awareness, getting himself out of that situation. AK has that parry. Oh my gosh, Kunicat saw that one coming.
Okay, AK being a little bit crazy, but that's exactly what he needs, because damage is what Paul has. No need for any tricks. He just needs two moves. Ito yung sinasabi natin, very playful with AK, just two moves. Either a Death Fist or a Demo Man. And sometimes that's all you need. That's all the damage that Paul needs to actually take it down. But look at that perfect punish from Kunicat with that dagger throw.
Yeah, so far so good for AK, but Kunicat is slowly learning. Again, AK keeping it simple, not going with too much to the well of Paul Phoenix's book here. But we see that Kunicat not phased still in this matchup. Nice block on that low, and he's going to capitalize on this, but he can't rest on his laurels yet. Or as you mentioned, damage is the name of the game for Paul Phoenix.
Yeah, if he's in the red, you're the one in danger here. First, the Rage Drive and another Demo Man from AK. No hesitation talaga. Talagang tuloy-tuloy lang with that Demo Man, and Kunicat is in a world of hurt. But Kunicat is making some good decisions here, except that one, because that hop kick just lands flush on Kunicat's face.
AK is living real estate free. Kunicat's head, Demo Man, double Demo Man. Paul Phoenix came into the Nationals and destroyed the life bar of Kunimitsu there.
Anong patch notes pinagsasasabi niya dyan? Anong patch yan, ha? I have the damage and yun lang ang kailangan ko. Yun ang sabi ni Paul Phoenix. And, you know, I think that's a good choice nga naman talaga, right? If there's probably no way that any update will be made into the identity of Paul Phoenix. We know Paul Phoenix as a high damage character, and signature moves niya talaga yung Demo Man and yung Death Fist, and AK settling in with that character. It could be the logic of, I don't know what's gonna come, but I know that Paul Phoenix hurts. So let's put that pain to Kunicat.
Exactly, and also to highlight Kunicat, he was trying to weather out that early storm, but man, signal number 2 turned to signal number 3 for AK. Just keep going on those Demo Mans, Death Fist, and then when he just started blocking a little too much those Demo Mans, he went for the hop kick of Paul.
It's either a hop kick or a Death Fist. Either way, it's just completely devastating kapag tinamaan ka. And Kunicat was ready to some degree though. May mga moments talaga yung Kunimitsu niya, and he was able to block the Demo Man at some points. But he was also able to do a good punish of the Demo Man, kasi kapag hindi clean hit, hindi naman tatama lahat yun, di ba? And there is a huge pushback, but if you get if you have a long range punish like the kunai throw, it definitely is a good thing. So he was able to pull those off, but unfortunately those Death Fist, the Phoenix Smashers are just a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think AK was also like smirking when the camera was focused on him. It's like, yeah, you know what? Whatever patch note comes my way, I'm sure Paul Phoenix still hits like a truck, and we just saw that happen. His life, Kunimitsu's life bar just melted away. Now we are still sticking to the Kunimitsu here, but Kunicat loves going to this Infinite Azure.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice, especially because he's going to be able to make good use of the movement of Kunimitsu. I think it's not highlighted as often, pero maganda yung movement ni Kunimitsu eh. She's got a decent sidestep and a good backdash, and her range actually plays in her advantage as well. Hindi lang natin nakikita kasi most Kunimitsus na nakikita natin so far, very aggressive. But let's see if Kunicat can make the stage work for him.
So far, all AK once again blocking those lows. He still has the defense. Kunicat gonna get punished there. Tried to come in with that cartwheel. Now Kunicat. Oh my gosh, shredder kicks. I mean,
where's the safety? Where's the safety? And AK tip range with that down one. Kunicat flustered right there. Medyo careless yung binato niya doon, but this is going to be his chance though. This huge launch here in the second round.
Yeah, this is how Kunicat needs to weather out the early storm. Again, it's a sigh of relief when we see Kunicat get a launch, because AK again can just explode with damage. Just like that. Nice block on that frost slide. Gotta be very careful. Goes for the tackle. Reverses it though.
Hindi siya pwedeng mapatitig dito kay Paul Phoenix, because once he does, it's AK's game right here. It's already a mix-up. Kunicat is trying to make offense happen as much as possible while it's still safe, because he does not want to give any chance for AK here. There it is again. The kunai throw. He's in the lead. One last hit, and there it is. 2 quick lows. Kunicat gains him the round 1, round 2.
Yeah, slow and steady death by 1,000 cuts when it comes to Kunicat. AK again, just damage is the name of the game for him to be able to just get rounds in. Nice block on that shredder kick. Oh, counter hit. This is huge.
Yeah, a bit too daring from AK. Sinubukan niya mag-Demo Man, kaya tinamaan siya ng counter hit. Now AK is in the red, but once again, it's damage time. It's hammer time for Paul Phoenix here. He catches him with a counter hit as well. It's gonna be some serious damage here.
Oh, nice patience by Kunicat. Did you see that? We were holding our breath. How is he gonna get up? AK was ready to keep on going with the offense.
Yeah, it was a fortunate break for Kunicat here, and now he's 1 round away from taking out AK here in this round. Pero ang laki kaagad ng lead ni AK. This is just a damage na kayang gawin ni Paul Phoenix. This is what he's known for, and Kunicat is now on the struggle for this. Does not pull the trigger on the Demo Man, going for those quick pokes, trying to find holes in AK's defense.
Yeah, it's so hard, especially if you're Kunicat, you have to gamble a lot. And to gamble against the Death Fist, watch out, he's running towards him. No, Kunicat brings the fight to him. Dash and mix-ups, but a low will be blocked. 1 more round and AK is going to take the day.
Yeah, a respectable risk mula kay Kunicat, kasi he really needed to make something happen there. And that mix-up could have been a tide turn for him, but not going to work this time around. AK a bit delayed with a punish there. Kunicat is getting some good hits, and AK with a quick dash into the back 1-2 conversion. Huge execution hurdle there from AK, but he's showing that he can still handle this ball.
Oh man, Kunicat gets whiffed! Oh, AK is gonna capitalize on this big damage. Magic Pixel. Can Kunicat bring this one back? does have a little bit of life left and some rage. It's going to be quite the uphill battle here. He's going to have to time his offense right. Oh, gets the tackle. Reverses it. Gets punches in. All right, punches.
Last chance here. The move. Oh, he jumps over the low. And AK, a smart move. 200 IQ play mula kay AK, mga kaibigan. Tinalunan niya, goes for the punish. And look at that. He's definitely pleased with what he came up with there at the last moment. And Kunicat seems to be dealing with it pretty well.
Yeah, Kunicat has nothing to be ashamed of because that's one of AK's legendary characters. Him bringing it out here. Oh, is he gonna do? He's bringing out the guns. What is he doing? AK.
Oh,
a scorpion?
Interesting. What? A scorpion?
Oh, poor Phoenix. There you go. Yeah, the tattoo. There we go. Look at AK's gun. He's been working out. Look at that. All he needs to do now is put up his hair. Then he's Paul Phoenix.
He has the length of hair for it, right? All he needs now is the hairspray. Or maybe the cola will be enough. Yung malagkit naman yung cola.
But my goodness, you have to also highlight that Kunicat was able to adapt. But again, as we mentioned, it was damage versus death by 1,000 cuts. And we're going to see that in the highlights. Paul Phoenix, one of the characters of AK that brought him so much success. See it in full display here. Just demo man all day. He didn't need any other moves.
Yeah, dalawang moves lang talaga. And that's kind of the fundamentals of Tekken naman talaga, right? The mix-up is basically confusing the opponent if he's gonna go for low or for a mid. And AK is taking some risks because hindi naman safe yung mga moves na ginagamit niya. The Demo Man, if it's blocked, it's huge damage for Kunicat. The AK, the Death Fist as well. The Phoenix Smasher, even if it's blocked, it is still punishable. So he's taking some risk. It's just that AK has a great read on Kunicat.
This is when AK is firing on all cylinders. He's so dangerous, right? And if you look at the matchup, he actually picked pretty well because in the previous matches, he went with, I believe, an Akuma, he went with a Shaheen. But the thing with Kunimitsu and the thing with Kunikat's Kunimitsu is he struggles once he has life deficit. And AK realizing that, all right, let me bring in the early damage now. And you struggled trying to gamble it to try to gain it back. And that's what we saw put on full display. I want to see that jump. And I was holding my breath the entire time.
That was a crazy decision from AK. Pero tingnan mo, ang dami niyang buhay. So he can risk a lot there, and jumping is definitely a good choice because even if it's the rising launcher, diba?
Right.
Kunimitsu, it's gonna hit him out of the air, and Kunikat's probably not gonna be able to convert after that. So it's a good decision from AK, and it paid off dividends. So congratulations to him. 3 points for AK.
Yeah, so congratulations to AK. Kunicat has to come back stronger in day number 3. So we will be moving on to the next match, which is another Ultra Warrior plus an E-Olympian, Hapon versus Vermilion.
Oh my goodness, yet another terrifying matchup. These two players 10-5 head-to-head record in favor of Vermilion. Pero Hapon, he's been making interesting moves then with his characters. So he has the geese. He's been bringing out the Eddie Gordo as well. And in their last match in the play-ins, day number 1 actually, ang tagal na nun. So they've gone through so much in this whole conference. So it's gonna be exciting to see what kind of things will be shown between these two players. I doubt lalabas yung Lini Vermilion this time.
Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, Vermilion again had a rocky start to the Pro League here, and Hapon was the welcoming committee. It did go to the final round, but then once it got to match number 2, the Kazuya didn't get the job done. Again, Hapon on this Eddie is so dangerous. But we will be seeing Hapon's player profile first. Eddie, again, the known character here, and you know what? We're receiving some reports that maybe Eddie has been changed. So will he be sticking with the Eddie, or will he be going for the Leroy or the Geese?
Yeah, wala siya masyadong oras to actually figure out whether or not he's been changed for the good or for the better. But we'll just have to see what he's found out so far. But on the other hand, yung kalaban niya, si Vermilion, medyo matinding character yan ngayon. We've seen him earlier today with the Julia Chan taking down systematically si Jules. And I'm not sure well, of course, nobody really knows kung ano nagbago this time around, but just like Paul Phoenix, Devil Jin can do what Devil Jin can do. And that might be a safe pick for Vermilion while they're still figuring out what exactly happened in this new dimension that we're in.
Yeah, so it's definitely you have to go to your comfort picks right now. You have to go with whoever you can to get the job done here. Again, the sign of you being an esports athlete here is to adapt to the adversity given to you, and we are going to see how these players are going to adapt in this group stage, because again, points are super important. Vermilion versus Hapon, it was a barn burner of a match, but in the favor of Hapon. I wonder if Vermilion was able to change some stuff up in how he's going to approach this match.
Yeah. One of the biggest changes that I am definitely expecting is the absence of the Lee. Pero as you said, Poch, who knows, di ba? Kasi pwedeng gusto niyang ibalik talaga. Some of these players, they want replays of their matchups and they want to change what happened in the past. So there is a chance. At the back of my head, parang hinihiling niya talaga na, sige, Vermilion, libas mo yung Lee. I want to see that. I want to see that.
Exactly. Again, he felt pretty comfortable with that lead, but he wanted to trade with the Kazuya. But if we look back at his Kazuya matches, it didn't really pan out well. So I wouldn't say we maybe bench the Kazuya, but again, maybe the Lee. We also have to acknowledge that this new patch, right? You want to go with the characters that you're very comfortable with and you can adjust with on the fly. I know Vermilion. I think he doesn't have pocket characters. He just has like a bunch of main characters now. Even though his main is Devil Jin, but he's just so efficient with the Steve, with Julia now, with the Jin. So it's a big question mark with what Vermilion's gonna do coming into this match.
Yeah. It's a question mark for Vermilion and even for Hapon din. But let's take a look at this differently, right? Paano kung hindi nangyari yung patch? Sino mga characters gagamitin nila? Hapon might go for the Eddie and Jin maybe for Vermilion, somebody who can pick up. Oh no, not this time around. Vermilion actually goes for the Julia, which would have been able to deal with the Eddie Gordo as well. And Hapon this time actually goes for the Leroy Smith, maybe drawing some inspiration from the the intense battle between Jules and Vermilion in the days past.
That's true. And also, I think Vermilion's on this trend of just picking, maybe having a character of the day. Because yesterday it was all Jin. Now it seems like he's sticking with Julia. Maybe all the way, who knows? Maybe if the match goes in his favor, he'll still stick with Julia. Then again, you're going up against Hapon here, one of the best Leroys in the Nationals, per se.
Yeah, one of the best. Pero tignan mo yung talent picks natin, 100% in favor of Signal Ultra Wars Vermilion. Ganun lang kalaki yung tiwala nila ngayon considering yung nakakatakot na performance ni Vermilion in the earlier day. And even further on, but Hapon with conviction right there goes for the huge launch after that. Beautiful sight.
Oh, nice block. It goes for the 2-hit launch once again, but the wall was not in his favor. Vermilion collecting the pieces here. Does have a big life deficit, but twisting arrow cannon lands.
Yeah, good space management from Vermilion. Masyadong malayo yung low ni Leroy Smith. And ngayon, nasa sulok siya. He's trying to find his way out of here. And Vermilion is backing away, giving him a bit of space. Because sabi niya, I don't need to have you in that corner.
Oh, chain punches. Not quite dead yet, but that run up, that dash in tremor punch there will do the trick for Hapon. Hapon scores the first round.
A very well-placed counter hit mula kay Hapon there. And Vermilion is unfazed here, still continuing with the offense. Good block on the bow and arrow once again. Hapon gonna get combo here. And look at that, this is such a small stage talaga.
Yeah, Hammerhead, again, you can really get the wall. You can feel the wall carry, especially with Julia. Now, Vermilion fighting his way. Wow, gets a counter hit.
Sweet magic form. May counter hits this Julia Chang all the way to the wall here and lengthwise pa. So talagang sobrang layo narating. Another wall bounce here from Vermilion and finishes it as well. One round apiece. Vermilion is bringing the fight back.
Holy smokes. Hapon felt that last sequence. Now Vermilion, we feel that back 1+2 though. Hapon answering back, not phased at all with the damage that Julia posed.
I felt that so hard. Now Vermilion seems to be reeling here, being very careful. Well, frame mid yon mula kay Leroy Smith. You have to be careful kasi baka lumabas. It's a bow and arrow. Good block. Tries to retaliate with a bow and arrow of their own. That's what happens here. And Hapon gonna be able to finish things off. That's a habit for Julia Paints. Kapag nakablock sila ng load, they try to punish with a bow and arrow, but that's not really guaranteed.
Yeah, and Hapon has been getting a lot of damage from those blocked bow and arrows. And now Vermilion choosing to approach more cautiously against Hapon, not letting it rip. Oh, War Drum hits. Oh, just tacking on those lows, trying to condition him to duck.
Not this time around. Hapon trying to go for some parries here, trying to predict kung ano ilalabas si Vermilion, lalabas with piercing arrow, but look at that, a huge launch here from Hapon, taking him all the way, a little bit too far actually, but Vermilion is locked and loaded in that corner.
Oh, parry finds its mark, and Vermilion just shy of rage here. Vermilion now is granted rage. Can she use it? Oh, the parry! The parry for
Hapon with the amazing split-second decision-making there, going for that parry on the second hit ng rage drive. Parang nangyari na yan recently lang eh, pero that's the danger talaga when you're going for those multi-hit rage drives and hindi tumama yung first hit, especially against a character like Leroy who can just push it aside and bring the pain over to your end. So that was amazing execution mula kay Hapon, and Vermilion right now obviously already thinking deep about what he has to change up if he's gonna go for the Julia Chang once again.
I'm taking down notes. Leroy's parry is still pretty good. So we're all learning this together. And newsflash, Leroy is still so dominant, especially in the hands of someone so efficient like Hapon. He was just so good with those block bow and arrows and punishes, conversions. The parry was always a constant threat. The coffin breaker, the back 1+2 1-inch punch was always there, constant threat. So now Vermilion has to do the adjusting here.
Yeah, and obviously, sobrang kalmado ni Hapon with the Leroy pick, right? He was not phased by the Julia Chang, especially after such an amazing performance mula kay Vermilion earlier in his match. And now Vermilion, as you mentioned, has a lot to think about. And one of those is the character choice, because Leroy Smith, yung ginamit niya para mapatumba yung Leroy Smith ni Jules back in the previous days was the Steve Fox. So that might be a good option for Vermilion this time around. Baka ilabas na niya yung boxer.
And can I just say that with the changes with this new patch, like I'm pretty sure they're not gonna change Steve all the more.
Yeah, right? Give him kicks.
No, I mean change him like to just nerf his damage even, or like nerf his moves more. So I think he's in a good place, and Vermilion is pretty efficient with taking him down. I guess it comes down to, aside from the matchup, you got to look at how Hapon approaches the match, because again, you can also categorize Hapon as a very defensive player. I would say he's up there with the Omegas when it comes to defense. So if Vermilion is comfy to bring out the Steve against Hapon, I think he's gonna find some success there.
Yeah. That might be the case here. That might be the move for Vermilion. But let's find out kung sino nga talaga pinili niya. Nagpalit nga ba siya ng character? Or maybe stage yung pinalitan niya this time around? And it is! He's gone for the Jin Kazama, an equally offensive character mula kay Vermilion. Nakita na natin kung paano siya smother ng kalaban gamit itong Jin Kazama. And that might be the game plan against Hapon this time around.
Or parry for parry. Jin being the one of the having that parry, a constant threat. Again, it's safe to say that Leroy has a more threatening parry, but Vermilion can definitely bring that aggression and really stifle the game plan of Hapon.
Yeah, I highly doubt actually nalalabas yung parry on Vermilion's side. It's probably going to be a lot of the crouching demon and as well as the wave dashing aggression here from Vermilion. But Hapon says, anong crouching demon sasabihin mo? It's a 1-inch punch from my end, and it actually broke reality. That is how hard Leroy hits here in the Nationals.
You see that? Orbital, and then that whiff, don't worry, I got the back 1+2. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, that is some big brain plays mula kay Hapon sa match na yun. But let's talk about this Jin pick from Vermilion, because this is pretty interesting stuff from him. As you mentioned, Poch, it's parry versus parry, but the general consensus is mas maganda talaga yung parry ni Leroy Smith.
Yes.
Because of the follow-ups and the variety of the things that he can actually parry with it. Jin's chainsaws. Jin, on the other hand, also has a very strict timing when his parry, when he has to use his parry, right?
And we've seen that put on full display with Jules, right? Jules loves to utilize that parry in his matches. Vermilion, though, again, they use the same character, but that's what you gotta love about Tekken. The expression and the creativity that these esports athletes bring to the table, even though they use the same type of character.
Right.
With Vermilion, you have aggression and I would say feints personified with how he uses those Zen cancel mix-ups, those crouching demon mix-ups. I feel like he wants to bring in more intensity. If the Julia didn't do it, you saw that the bow and arrows were canceled, the wall carry was there, but Hapon just seemed so comfy with his defense. Now he's introducing more options into that mix, and that option is named is Jin Kazama.
It's almost like every time na nagpapalit sila ng character, right? Makikita mo yung kaluluwa ng player na sumasapit dun sa character na yon. Pero certain aspects of that player are kind of locked behind the capabilities ng character din nila. Dun sa Julia Chang, he was a little bit more calculating and a little bit more careful, especially considering yung pagka-defensive ni Hapon. But this time around with the Jin, he probably has a lot more freedom to be offensive, especially with the way that he plays Jin Kazama. But we actually saw what happened early on. That was met with a huge 1-inch punch from Leroy.
Yeah, see, that is also that's also a big danger that he approaches this match with. If you be too creative and too offensive, Hapon will make you he will punish you for that. You still have to be a little more calculated, especially with how defensive Hapon is in approaching these matches. And he has a lot of Leroy setups. He's gained so much points from Season 2 to Season 3 with this character. And Vermilion has to be wary with how he can't just play, like, he can't just relax. He can't fall asleep behind the wheel. He has to be he has to think like 5 steps ahead. Like, if I do this, oh yeah, Hapon's gonna counter this, then I'll counter that. So it's the big Yomi game that's happening in Tekken.
And it's kind of the the personality ni Hapon, right? This is what he's known for. You wouldn't call him extremely defensive. Hindi mo rin siyang tatawaging offensive. He's a very well-rounded character na more or less adaptive to the situation. Parang yun yung nagiging style niya. Kung ano yung lalabas, kung ano yung mangyayari, he's gonna respond accordingly. And there are times na medyo shaky yung nagiging response niya, pero his finest moments definitely come from his adaptive capability here in the Nationals, and right now it's showing in this match against Vermilion.
Yeah, I like how you pointed out the well-roundedness of the game plan that Hapon brings, because we've highlighted a lot of moments where he has he's had timer scams, he had really good block punishes, but you also see him like really take the offense, just go all out, go for hop kicks, go for big launches, and just surprise a lot of people. And that's what's so dangerous here, because he's not a one-note type of player. You have to prepare for the whole package of Hapon, and you have to be ready for what he brings to the table.
That it will definitely be the thing to watch out for kapag kalaban mo si Hapon. And actually, now that we brought it up, yung adaptive capability ni Hapon, this is going to work well in his favor, especially since we're in the middle of a brand new dimension. Yeah, this is a whole new world here in the Nationals, and we are going to be seeing a lot of surprises, okay? And it's not going to be surprising because we know that it's there, but it's going to be up to the players to actually be able to adapt to it on the fly. And Hapon, he's definitely going to be able to make it happen. On the other hand, Vermilion, let's see if it's going to have an effect on his gameplay kapag there's something na completely unexpected talaga na mangyayari.
And with this match that we're about to witness, it's another chapter in the rivalry. I remember they had a crazy match in the qualifiers to the road to the Nationals.
That's way back.
This is way back, yeah, for sure. This is when I started first casting, and I dubbed Vermilion the Chameleon because he had to adapt to the defensive style. And I think it got to final round, and it went to a timer scam. So again, these guys have got history, ladies and gentlemen. They went back and forth, even though they have different characters. They perform their best and most optimal, I think, with their mains. But right now, it just seems like with this format, it really calls for them to have a deeper character pool, just so that their mains can be saved for like the playoffs or for a really clutch situation, which we actually saw when they first faced each other in day number 1, where Hapon brought out the Eddie.
Hapon brought out the Eddie. It's been a long road din for these two players, right? Nakita natin, even in the starting days of the Nationals, these players have been testing the waters a little bit because they knew that they kind of had a little bit more leeway since first days nga talaga. And even then, we've seen a glimpse of what they're capable of. And this time around, day number 3 here at the Nationals group stage, they're really bringing it out in full view. They may not be bringing out yung mga main character nila, pero they're definitely pushing the limits to what their characters are able to do. This Leroy Smith continuing to be a dominating presence here in the Nationals, not because the character is great, because alam natin, na-nerf na si Leroy Smith to some degree, right? He's still a good character, but at the same time, he's in the hands of fantastic players here in the Nationals. And on the other hand, Vermilion, the Jin, making it work. Steve Fox as well, and not even bringing out the Devil Jin that much. So it's just a great sight to see kapag napapanood natin itong mga players competing here.
Isn't it crazy that you bring up the Devil Jin? I only remember Vermilion bringing out the Devil Jin against Don Argus. So Don Argus posing that threat to Vermilion, him bringing out his one true main, which is Devil Jin. So that's the respect. Now I have a feeling Vermilion bring out the Julia, bring out the Jin, because again he's facing that Leroy. But when push comes to shove, I feel like the Devil Jin will come out and maybe the Eddie as well, because also Hapon's track record in season 2, he didn't bring out the Eddie. He only brought out the Eddie during the playoffs of season 2. So even though these guys have, as Jules mentioned, he still dubs himself as a Jin main. It's just when it comes to this type of format, you really have to dig deep into your character pool to just stay ahead of the game. Because again, so much VOD, so much documents are under you here, especially when they view that. And you guys can actually view those VODs if you tune into the Nationals on TV and catch the replays of those matches on One Sports and One Sports via Signal TV a day after at 4 p.m.
It's all you did there. But let's not forget that the Nationals is also under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusements Board. So with that said, let's move on. Once again, it is Hapon on the Leroy Smith and Vermilion on the Jin Kazama, and we are going to the Howard Estate. So multiple wall breaks for these players to take advantage of.
Okay, here's my bet. Round start, backdash. Both of them are just going to backdash.
Really? Ako hindi. I'm gonna go for a risky bet. It's going to be an LLRK from Vermilion, pero 1-inch punch mula kay Hapon.
Let's see who strikes first. Okay. I don't know.
Let's see. Is
there gonna be predictions? Yeah, there should be like cast a prediction how the round's gonna start.
Oh no, I lost. Anyways, all right. So both these players being very patient and careful at the beginning of the round. Probably Vermilion medyo napaisip siya after niyang tamaan earlier nung 1-inch punch. So right now being very careful, but not careful enough kasi Hapon was ready with a sidestep and a big block.
God, Hapon again just so good with his movement and defense. Nice block there by Vermilion, fighting his way out of the corner.
Oh no, Hapon with the first round kagad. In that match. That was a relatively fast match between the two players. High intense kagad, even though there are moments that they are just back and forthing. It's really, you can really see how careful they are in managing their space. They want to make sure that they're in the right range here. And speaking of which, that second hit, Vermilion did not expect that.
Yeah, Vermilion fighting back though, doing a good job getting those low pokes in, but Hapon a constant threat if you overextend yourself. Vermilion a little shy of rage. Oh wow, gets the launch here. This is gonna be huge, but the sidewall messes it up. He does want to get that wall break.
He does, and beautiful DF2 from Vermilion, gets the counter hit, spikes him down, and punches on the floor. Vermilion ties it up 1 round apiece. Immediate adjustment from his end.
Yeah, now let's see if he can duplicate that type of success as he heads into the 3rd round here. Hapon though is the one trying to push for the aggression and trying to go for a big launch here. Nice pokes from Hapon.
Keeping it simple, medyo taking advantage of yung range na meron si Leroy Smith, because Leroy has some good reaching, like that move actually, good reaching moves there. Trying to keep Vermilion out, kasi Hapon does have the life lead, though Vermilion is actually slowly but surely trying to equalize things here.
Yeah, you see that. Oh, wow. Just goes back one. All right. Just
Posing
crushes that high. Exactly. Exactly. Now Hapon though, just trying to get his back away from the wall. Nice block on the stampeding dragon.
Yeah, no, definitely one thing that you expect more from Leroy Smith. There's just the Stampeding Dragon, and Vermilion finishes things off with that back to one. Simple and safe from Vermilion here. Hapon has to rethink how he's playing this Leroy Smith.
Yeah, Vermilion is adapting pretty well. Oh, the hook this does whiff there. Now Hapon gets a sizable lead here in round number 4. But look at that, Vermilion positioning himself to try to go for a wall break. But no, just backs away again. Just doesn't want to be in range, but the LLRK is going to land.
Yeah, it's finally out there from Vermilion, and the sidewall does save Hapon, pero that is still some damage right there, and also mental damage. Kasi now he has to watch out for it. But here comes an orbital from Hapon. Sabi, yung gusto mo magtapon ng low, why not? I'll just crush it with the orbital. Is this gonna be enough? Not quite. A sliver of health for Vermilion. Oh, not much.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, Vermilion so clutch with that hop kick. And now he's trying to continue on. Oh, the electrics! Rage drive for Vermilion. Turning the tides.
This is exactly the reason kung bakit hindi mo pwedeng hayaang makatakas yung mga pros with just a sliver of health. You know, just a sliver of health. No, that is not the way you want to have your pro players. Okay, you want to take them out completely at the end. But you know, that's just how it went because it was super close. Optimized yung combo ni Hapon at the very end there. It just wasn't enough, and that was a crazy risk from Hapon as well, going for a hop kick in such a scary situation there. It's a huge risk, but it paid off, and even in the end, getting that hook fist for the finish. Oh goodness gracious!
The health of Vermilion was just so. It was a pixel of health. Let's call it like that. And it just shows that he was able to optimize, land the hook fist, as you mentioned. Ice in his veins. He did not buckle under that pressure. Took it to game number 3. We're gonna see Hapon now. Do you think he's still gonna stick with the Leroy?
I think it's still a good choice. Kasi hindi naman siya overwhelming victory for Vermilion, right? It was definitely working, that Leroy Smith pick. It just happened that the decision making lang from Hapon at the very end it did not work out in his favor, basically. Vermilion made a good gamble with that hop kick, and it paid off for him. So I don't think he's going to be making the switch anytime soon, especially not to other characters like maybe Eddie Gordo or
Hakumram?
Geese. Hakumram might be an interesting choice, actually. Pero with the parry, that might not be a good choice.
That's what I wanted to highlight, because I agree with you that maybe sticking out with the Leroy, because it wasn't a shutdown, right?
Right.
He had moments. He had some threatening moments against Vermilion with that Leroy, and I think it's that constant parry threat and that counter hit back 1+2 that keeps Vermilion in check. That we don't see the same aggressive Jin we saw against Don Argus.
Yeah, that is a huge deterrent nga talaga when it comes to this whole matchup. And as we mentioned, Hapon does go for the Leroy Smith. Lipat tayo sa geometric plane. All right, interesting choice here from Hapon. Not quite as... It's not a gimmicky stage, definitely. Walang breaks here. Just straight up boxing.
Yeah, fundamentals with walls, either here or the Mishima Dojo. But now it's Vermilion that's pressing the action. Hapon gets a back one, but non-counter hit. Very careful. You gotta approach carefully, Vermilion.
Well, good care there, keeping a close watch dun sa mga lows ni Hapon, and beautiful punish as well from Vermilion, evening out the lives kaagad. So back to 0 tayo dito sa labanan natin to. Hapon trying to find a good range against Vermilion, but Vermilion is keeping him out successfully.
Just look at the volume here. Very controlled. Just checking the legs, chopping away, and Hapon already in rage. Has to be very careful. Vermilion has to throw caution in the wind because Hapon will take him to that limit. Oh, spends the drive.
That marching dragon iniisa-isa ni Hapon here. The rage drive is spent, as you mentioned. Vermilion not quite in rage. Good job from Vermilion. Sabi niya, ilalabas niya yung extension. I can feel it. And it was a good feeling for Vermilion taking that first round.
Oh, gets the grab to start out the second round. Early seconds and early domination. Trying to go for the tidal wave. Too much grabs here. Hapon defenses are up. Whoa!
Oh no.
Trip.
it's a throw breaking simulator para kay Hapon, and he's not really passing that well here. Vermilion with a sizable lead kaagad, all with just throws here in the second round of this match.
Wow, goes for the Tongball there, and you got to give it to Vermilion. He is changing things up and really testing Hapon. Wow, good duck there by Vermilion.
Yeah, that's the risk with the climbing dragon, diba? It's annoying kasi natural combo siya. And it's not something that you actually see. You can predict it though, and Vermilion calculated the risk, figured that, hey, this might be the time that Hapon's gonna throw it out, and that's the damage that you get when you actually duck the whole string.
Exactly. So let's see if Hapon will be going to the well in that stampeding dragon. Oh, again, testing Hapon if he can go for these throw breaks. Now Vermilion less than half health, so this is the most danger we've seen him in geometric plane.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's looking good for Hapon this time around, but that hook fist, seryosong damage mula kay Vermilion to. Ito na naman yata yung nakita natin kanina. LLRK as well is gonna put Hapon in the corner here. Wave, the rage drive comes up. A huge block on the LLRK, however, it's cheeky, and Hapon brings it back one round here in this match.
This could be the momentum shift that Hapon was looking for. He needs to try and gain some respect from Vermilion and not make him go party like that. Probably block more of these lows. Not going from any of those LLRKs, but wow, Hapon challenging with a back 1+2.
A little bit, another LLRK from Vermilion here, actually putting Hapon once again into the corner here. Down forward 1, Hapon trying to check Vermilion, trying to put a stop to the offense here. But forward 2 from Vermilion here, it's all landing, and Hapon is not getting any damage done.
Yeah, look at this, that life lead. Hapon trying to chip away. Vermilion backing up, giving him that space, but look at that HFE Maru!
Oh, the decision from Vermilion, and it pays off. Oh, skyscraper at the end there, and Vermilion takes the win over Hapon with that Jin Kazama, a character that I definitely I was not expecting, because I was expecting the Steve, but it worked out in the end here against Hapon. That was amazing stuff from Vermilion.
Did look, now he feels this moment just going down on him. You see the sigh of relief. I believe that was Coach Nature Lover's hat on the back there. Big sigh of relief from Vermilion. He is going home today with 5 points, I believe. Oh, so that's another jump up. So yeah, Jules and Maru better watch out, because Vermilion is slowly climbing in the rankings. But it's not, we're going to see more of Hapon as the day goes on. But what an incredible showing from Vermilion, though.
It definitely is. And let's take a look at exactly how Vermilion actually took down Hapon in this match, because it is something to really observe here, because sa umpisa, diba, Hapon had the lead. Hapon had the read on Vermilion. Yung defense niya was holding right, and he's getting the counter hits as well that he needs against the Julia Chang. So he was pretty ready with the matchup.
He was. And you saw that Vermilion really struggled to get these bow and arrows going, and that parry was just so on point, so sharp. Going to the Howard Estate, though, we did see a little more dominance come out from Hapon's side, but I believe it was in the second round. This is when Vermilion started to come into full form.
Yeah, medyo nakabawi siya, nakapag-adjust siya with the character, a little bit more comfortable, especially with the matchup as well. Calculated precision, folks, mula kay Vermilion, actually. But that is the one time, I think, that logic kind of flew out the window for Vermilion and said, you know what? I'm just gonna throw a hop kick dito. It might not work, but it paid off in the end.
It did. I think that also gave him that confidence boost to really trust his offense. And here we see that Hapon, just being so defensive, blocked that really important LLRK. He was able to gain a little bit of that momentum, but Vermilion again is so dominant and just really optimized with all his combos.
And that last one, actually, nasa stand si Leroy, and then he went for a hop kick. The instinctive plays from Vermilion are also kicking in, so it's a scary mix of both fundamentals, skill, and instinct from Vermilion here in day number 3. So the next few days, fixing off against Vermilion is definitely going to be terrifying. So congratulations for him once again. But we're gonna have to move on. Mainit yung labanan, pero mukhang mas mainit yung susunod natin, Coach. This is something that we've also been looking forward to.
Exactly. Our featured match for the day, AK versus Maru. One will rise to the top. Will it be AK or Maru? They did meet each other in day number 1. AK taking the W there. But mean, are we going to see that Paul again? That's the question.
I want to see it. I definitely want to see the Paul again. Pero I wouldn't question a law pick once again. Kasi nakita na natin yung law na lumabas for AK here in day 1 of the play-ins and in more of his other matches as well. And malakas talaga yung law ni AK. But then again, he's also brought out yung Akuma, which seems to be back in top form here, especially with the way that AK has been playing. On the other hand, Maru has been bringing out some interesting picks din. Brian, binalik niya the Kazumi as well. I'm not sure kung sino ilalabas niya this time around and whether or not he's figured something out, especially considering that the game has changed right now.
That's true. Again, I think Maru can definitely hang with the crazy playstyle of AK and how he's able to handle the adversity that AK brings to the table. So if he's going to bring out that Paul, I'm pretty sure Maru was watching closely how Kunicat was able to handle it. But again, AK can just flip the script here as we check the player profile. He has other characters in the bag here. Not just the Paul, but the Law, the Geese, and the Akuma as well.
They're all equally entertaining in the hands of AK talaga. With the way he's been playing, as we mentioned earlier, talagang nakakatakot talaga eh. Hindi siya yung usual AK, hindi siya yung early AK here in the Pro League na medyo nag-iisip, trying to be very calculative with whatever he's doing. We're in the instinctive AK, the raw primal aggression AK this time around, and it's working with the Akuma, with the Law, with the Paul Phoenix earlier on against Kunicat, and I'm excited to see kung aling character ilalabas niya this time around and whether or not it's going to continue to be the same AK that we saw earlier.
Yeah. And just to highlight also, AK in this instinct form is very dangerous. But then again, if someone has the right reads, has the right punishes, that can definitely taper and ruin the confidence he brings to that table. AK is just so instinctively good at this game with how he's able to read the options of the opponent. And you see AK Maru now is pointing with the 1. Is he calling out to something? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it's a 1-1. He's calling for a 1-1.
1-1. He wants a 1-1 against AK. Okay, let's see. I like that you brought up, Watch, actually, that AK reads into his opponents, diba? Pero can you actually read Maru? If there's one player right na baka hindi mabasa ng kahit sino, it's probably Maru. Probably yung sarili niyang coach and teammate hindi rin mabasa yung teammate nila. But it's working out so far because Maru has been just dangling in the top ranks of the nationals, and he has lots of momentum. He's the current king of the group stages, but AK is here. He wants his throne back.
Yeah, Maru leading the pack at, I believe, almost in the 30 mark there. So he's starting off the day against AK. Big test for him. And I like that you pointed out that when it comes to reading players, Maru is one hard player to read with how he's... sometimes I really think he can't read himself. That's how scary it is. If he can't, he doesn't know what he's doing, he's definitely going to confuse his opponents, and it works. It really works in his favor with how unpredictable he is when it comes to approaching this match, and he's gonna make him guess, going with the Ana.
Oh my goodness, and Ana Williams here, and AK actually does bring out Dillo. Medyo in-expect natin earlier on, probably not comfortable with bringing out the Paul Phoenix against a seasoned player like Maru. Kasi these 3 players, na-feature natin sila kanina in the pre-show, diba? These are definitely the big 3 dito sa the Nationals, and Maru is no player to sneeze at. And this character actually is the one that Maru used to take out Vermilion.
Yeah, he's gambling it with Lady Luck here. Wants AK to go for those full. He wants to go for those full crouch mix-ups. With AK getting the splat and making it work in his favor. Gets the sidewall. Wow, continues the damage.
The recognition here, a huge duck as well from AK. Talagang kissing si AK dito with the strings that Maru might be using, but he's not aware of that full crouch sweep from Maru. Huge damage, unscaled kapag may delay, and that is the first round for Maru, looking strong with his hand over.
Yeah, okay, tried to go for that hand sweep again. AK was ready. Again, instinct versus instinct, mix-up versus mix-up. So far, AK passed that second round test.
So, this time, AK puts Maru in the corner. Oh my goodness, ito yung sinasabi natin. Hindi ganun ka-logical, just goes for the instinctive play, and AK with that somersault, that's exactly what we were talking about there. 1 round of
Yeah, and you see those fake flips come out. Maru has to, as I was saying, AK goes for the bicycle kicks and ends with that legend kick. Push for corner pressure.
But it's not Maru with a good recovery here. Pushes back to the center stage. AK right now, legend kick this time. Good break from Maru. Medyo mahirap i-break yung throw na yun actually. Kasi hop kick. Hindi pa mapabreak yan. Masakit yan. And Maru gonna take a trip to the wall here. Not quite.
Yeah, just a real estate advantage on the side of AK. Wow. Or I think the new patch has like a magnet effect with that DF2. AK's been landing a lot of those in his run here in the National.
Unblockable ba siya? Baka unblockable na siya. I-check niyo yung patch, no? Pero doesn't that's probably not the case, but AK definitely makes it seem like the case here with his reads against Maru. Maru with a slight life deficit here.
Trying to open up with the bicycle kicks. Wow, with the hop kick. AK is in full steam now. He's firing on all cylinders. Maru gets him with the assassin dagger though, just to alleviate the pressure.
Yeah, he's back. Maru with a good position here against AK. Catches him out of there. Goes for the hop over. Good sweep from Maru here. Daring punish. Not quite punish. Medyo mukhang punish lang. AK gets taken down by that quick low as well. And it's 2 rounds apiece. One more round in this match.
Back and forth they go. Maru trying to fish for that magic for AK. Approaching very cautiously because Maru wants to play the full crouch game. AK does not want to stay in that range. Tries to go for the assassin's dagger. A lot of plus frames.
There, like engages after AK. Oh my goodness, AK with a beautiful crouch block there. Gets the rising 2 as well, taking Maru all the way to the wall. Sidestep comes in. Catches it to the back as well. The movement from Maru.
He capitalized on that. Now AK has to be very careful. Nice punish there. But then Maru back on the offensive foot here. AK backing himself to that wall. He does love using that wall jump.
An opener here. AK is in the red. Maru has to be careful. What's the stop to his movement? 13 seconds and a DF1 to Maru observes. Nakita niya tumalon si AK. He's been doing that these past few rounds. Probably gonna do it again, and I'm ready this time around. And Maru takes the first game with good choice there.
Yeah, he knew that AK was trying to bait him. You saw that he was going for the whiff moves just to go for those launches, those fake flips as well to the slide. Maru did not want to approach AK when he was whiffing those moves. He wanted Maru to approach like a moth to a flame. But look, AK taking 2 sips of that cola. He knows that that's AK is gonna be so scary in this next match.
Yeah, nakakatakot. Considering na ang dami pang natitira dun sa bote, So, pero ganun na siya kalakas. So paano pa kaya pag naubos na yan, medyo matakot kayo. Parang galawang Escanor na yan sa tanghaling tapat. So, shoutout sa mga fans dyan. Anyways, thank you. So that is going to be some scary stuff for AK if AK does reach that point. But Maru so far, looking good on that. Anna Williams with the right decision making as well.
Yeah, and we talk about how unpredictable Maru can be, but he can also play pretty logically. He can play by the numbers. He can turn up his defense if he has to. So he has that front where he tries to go unpredictable. But I think when push comes to shove, he treats the game really fundamentally. And you saw there he wasn't trying to get into a firefight with AK. He was trying to just threaten with the hand sweeps. But once he wasn't getting too much away from that, he started going for pokes, started going for those wine openers, and he was able to get that victory.
Oh, yeah, it's a calm and collected approach from Maru. And daring as well, kasi nakakatakot talaga lumapit kay AK. He's been throwing out the hop kicks and the somersaults willy-nilly. And it's been landing for Maru, pero he was unfazed. But here comes the adjustment from AK, actually going for the Geese Howard.
Yeah, and now infinite stage here might benefit AK from optimize those combos. But Anna really wants to just keep Geese in that range where he has to play with 50-50.
Yeah. Going for that good range game here. And Maru starting it off with that huge low parry, putting some hurt onto AK. But this is an interesting pick from AK actually, kasi Geese does have the parry and Anna does have the string, so that might be a part of the gameplay from AK. Or maybe just keep this Anna at bay with this Geese Howard.
Yeah, you see those Rapukins at full range. Nice block and wow! Maru going for the launch and another hand sweep. But AK now getting some room to breathe here. Does have rage, no stick of butter yet, so it can go in his favor.
It definitely is. This is a good spot for Maru. Habang wala pang meter, but this is gonna give AK the meter that he needs. Probably gonna save it. Goes with a deadly rave here. Can he make the finish? Siyempre si AK yan. Kabisado niya. That's gonna hurt. And that's the first round for LPE AK on this Geese Howard.
And AK reminding everyone that this was the character that took down Maru in the first day. AK won that Geese is very dangerous, but Maru answers back with that low parry.
You know, Maru is definitely one of the players na magaling sa low parry. We've known him for those low parries as well, but it shows that it's working here. But AK returning damage, Maru, however, gets a combo of his own right here, taking the advantage once again.
Yeah, AK still has to build that meter once again, just playing it safe. But look at these wide openers. AK going for the Eagle Claw. Oh my gosh, so much lows. Maru answers back with that second round.
Sobrang dikit na labanan, mga kaibigan. This is an intense battle, and AK, despite the character change, seems to be faring decently well, but Maru is not quite that phased. Back and forth between the folks very early in this game. Nothing pretty serious yet from both players.
Yeah, AK now does have that stick of butter. Maru has to be very careful because he will be on the receiving end of this max mode combo.
He is, and look at that! Nawala, nag-disappear yung buhay ni Maru here, and AK is primed and positioned to even out the match count between these two. But Maru, look at that! A long-range rising two from Maru.
Huge, good call there by Maru, and still goes down to the well with those wide openers. 2, 3, 1 more. Oh my God, no, a little too much. AK is watching his shoes.
Oh, he is good watch there, but the last one. You know, it was a long play from Maru. You'd think that matatakot na ako just because na-block mo and you were ready for the punish. Not this time. I'm gonna go for it again. AK, look at this, unfazed, returning damage. 50%, more than 50% gone from Maru immediately.
Holy smokes, the life. Okay, chops, blocks a low, gives a low. AK now just fishing with that mid, tries to swipe at him with that homing move. Maru now is trying to go for those strings. AK backing away, choosing to approach. Okay, Trooper ult to enter. Nice interrupt from the wide opener by AK.
Huge advantage here from AK so far. Maru not quite in range.
Oh no.
Catches him with the rising 2. Makakatulong to kay Maru, evening out the life a little bit. 20 seconds left na lang natitira, mga ka-Tekken here. There's an Eagle Claw from AK. AK trying to go for the side-step, does not pull the trigger on the back 3.
Oh no, he doesn't have meter. And now Maru, one more poke away. Did he catch him moving? He did!
It's fast!
Maru! The upset here.
Oh my goodness. That was a crazy situation here. And you'd think na mag-a-absorb pa ng damage yung Rage Art ni Maru. Pero tandaan ninyo, that Rage Art is one of the fastest Rage Arts here in the game. It's high, but it's fast. And Maru put it to good use there. Kahit na hindi siya makakasurvive dun sa next hit, he relied on the speed and put a stop to AK right then and there. And that was extremely well played.
Yeah, he called that. He had such little health left, and he was able to pull out big brain plays coming out of Maru, getting the 2-0. I think he's further solidifying his lead because that's 3 points against AK. AK on the rise, mind you. So, again, excellent stuff on Maru's side. We're going to get to the highlights in just a bit, but it just shows that Maru is so dangerous with that Ana.
Yeah, it's taken down AK, it's taken down Vermilion. So obviously, Ana na yata talaga ang character ni Maru if ever. So let's take a look at how that Ana fared against AK. Because AK started it off with the martial law, and alam natin na sobrang crazy niya talaga. Nakita natin yung hopkicks, the somersaults as well, but Maru just landing those good hits on AK in retaliation.
And also, it all went to final round. So this is again, if you think about it, if he stuck with the martial law, maybe it could have been different. But the Geese Howard also fared pretty well. It's just Maru is just so good with this character and so clutch with how he approaches the game. Even though we do see that Ana is very aggressive, Maru was pretty calculated with those wine openers, with those hand sweeps, and with how he was able to pick apart AK.
Yeah, talagang calculated pa rin. There's a hint of the madness that Maru does carry, but at the same time, he knows that when it comes to madness, that might not be a good play against AK. He still has to think, and it worked out in the end. Especially here, this is it. Look at that. A sliver of health. Kung may tinapon si AK na high crushing, or just a little
Ooh,
bit
right.
faster than that, it would have been over for Maru.
Yeah, that's how the dice was rolled in Maru's
Yeah.
favor. He went with Lady Luck, and he's reaping the rewards. 3 solid points on the side of BRE Pro's Maru. But AK, again, he did get 3 points over Kunicat. He is
Yeah,
ending
that's
his
true.
run today. And you know what? That's still something to highlight if you're an AK fan. But what an incredible featured match for today.
It certainly is. It's a great highlight match here in the Nationals. Sobrang dikit ng mga labanan actually. Ang ganda ng mga pinakita at saka mga nakita natin so far here in the Nationals. It's definitely showing na day number 3 na natin dito, and everyone is definitely out to get more points. But you know what? Kalahati pa lang to na tong araw na to natin, Poch. Marami pang Tekken 7 action mamaya. Pero for now, we're gonna go into a very quick break. Kami ang inyong mga casters, Porukod and Poch Spice. Huwag kayong aalis because more Tekken 7 when we return dito lang sa The Nationals.
Magandang gabi mga Tekkenista. Nagbabalik tayo dito sa The Nationals Tekken Conference Group Stage, Day 3. Ang ganda ng mga laban natin sa unang kalahati ng Day 3 with solid performances from Vermilion and Maru, who just took down AK, talking about Maru, 2-0 before the break. Pero the matches continue dito sa second half. Maligayang pagbabalik. My name is Dr. Jimmy and with me is the one and only Raph.
That intro could have not been worded better. My goodness, Doc. No wonder you were so excited before this segment. But yes, guys, hello. Welcome back to the Nationals. And like I said, me and Doc are incredibly excited to bring you the hottest Tekken action in the region. Now, Doc, have you found any favorite matches yet in the previous half? Or any thoughts?
Ooh, it's tough because, you know, there are a lot of great matches. Personally, I really like the Vermilion versus Jules match because for me, like, Vermilion he's approaching this new state of his gameplay. I saw him play incredible defense with that match, also against Hapon. So, you know, I love those matches. How about you?
Well, honestly, like you mentioned, Vermilion has always been a treat to watch in the regular season, and now we are nearing the playoffs. You can just see not just Vermilion, but every single one of these players elevate their game. We've seen AK, even though he took that up 2-0 against Maru, he's still elevating. You know, he's scaling to the late game again. And talking about that, we just have so much more exciting games that, man, it's hard to contain.
Talking about the Maru AK match, it really went all the way to the last game, but we have to move on. Let us take a look at the matches that we have for this second half. First up, Hapon continues his play going up against Happy Feet Emperor's Don Argus, who badly needs points. Machinehead, who's teetering down there. Based on my calculations, he is at around, I don't know, 4th place from the bottom going up against Maru, and that's going to be tough.
That's right. And the second half, we are going to have on the side of the Eagles, Jason versus Coffee Prince and Machinehead versus Jason again to close it out. Like you mentioned, Doc, these points have been incredibly scarce. Looking at Don Argus needs it so badly. I mean, I feel like the first day has been, or at least these previous episodes have been very, very tough, and it's not going to get easier from this point.
It isn't. And let's take a look at the standings now, how things have shaped up after the first 5 games of the day. Maru extending his lead now at 33 points, but looky, Vermilion has risen to 2nd place, just eking out Jules by a single point.
That's right, and these gaps are really not insurmountable, as Jules has 28 points, AK has 25, and Hapon only tie of 2 points to tie with the king himself with 23. Now, like you mentioned, Maru taking pole position. His performances these previous episodes have been stellar and just overall incredibly consistent, and with a breadth of characters as well.
That's what this season has really been about. People have been bringing in new characters, but we have to look at the other side of the coin here in the standings. If we look down below, yesterday Jason and Don Argus could not score a single point. Machinehead is right there. Probably, though he has a 4-point lead together with Kunicat over Jason, that's still really dangerous territory, and Coffee Prince rounds it up with 23. What does this look like to you?
It does look incredibly steep, and this is not the first time we've had very, very tight contention for the last remaining slots for the playoffs. Now, talking about that, Jason and Don Argus are really teetering on that edge of the abyss. Meanwhile, Machinehead, although he was very high up during the play-ins, he's found himself in a precarious position, although knowing the Omegas, they won't be shaken, much like the rest of these pro players here.
We did have that patch today. I have to talk about it, right? And yeah, these pro players know what it's like to go through adversity, and we are about to witness that. But before that, we have a special little video brought to you by the SMO boys, if I heard that correctly. Let's take a look.
So we'll have to find out.
Hi guys, I am Hapon from HTIE Olympians. I At syempre, ang aking kasama ngayon ay alam nyo na kung sino ha. Eto na.
It's me, STIE Olympians Gold Standard. Hello.
Pam,
Pam.
pam,
Pam. Pam. Pam.
pam, param, pam, pam.
Pam. Mama.
Pam,
Pam.
pa,
Ma. Pamba.
pam, pa, ram, pam.
Pam.
Pam, param, pam.
Ga.
Pam, param, pam.
Pam.
Pam, param. Lapit na, lapit na. Pam, pa, param, pam.
Ano yun?
Malapit na. Pam, pa, param, pam, pam.
Pam. Pam. Minamadali mo.
TikTok pa rin eh, no?
Di ako nagtitig. Di ka na.
Okay.
Okay, my turn. How? You.
Ow,
How? How? How?
ow,
How?
ow,
How?
now,
How? How you
Now?
like that? How? How?
ow,
How? How? How?
ow, ow,
H. How? How? How?
ow,
How? 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 How you like that?
R,
How you like that? How you like that? How? How you how H how how you like that? Yung black
how you like that? Awa ko
Hindi.
ng... R naman yung ano ko, R.
gusto ko mag-back ko ng finger para just how thing how Watch the National Season 3 Tekken 7 Pro League.
Every Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, live at the National Facebook page.
This is the Nationals. Ito ang liga ng mga kampiyon.
How you like that, Raph?
You know what? Everybody has to keep their guessing game. Don't get hit by those 50-50s. But yeah, as you can see, the Olympians really showing their shades of both black and pink. And talk about the Olympians. It's actually going to be Hapon versus Don Argus to start off the second half, guys. But yeah, like I said, that was probably one of the most entertaining game of charades I've seen in a while.
True. I just saw the one from SMO, but we have to look at what's before us right now. Yes, this is the head-to-head. Don Argus and Hapon. We talked about it. Don Argus is desperate for points as he's sitting there at the bottom with 12. He needs to get some points on the board today, Raph.
Right, and Don Argus is not a stranger to incredibly dangerous situations here. We've seen him clutch it out many, many times. It's just now that the stakes are elevated even higher. I know Don Argus isn't gonna crumble under pressure, but I know Hapon doesn't want to give that to him easily as well.
And Hapon is someone like currently in the standings. He isn't in danger, but he's still probably like bottom half. So he would definitely love to get some points and climb his way back up to the first half of the standings. And we've seen him be very successful with his picks. His Leroy so far has been amazing. His Geese and Eddie incredibly solid, which is what is expected again of a player just like Hapon.
Exactly, and expected is honestly such a strong word because we've seen every single one of these players achieve and overachieve. And again, it's just such a Shark Tank. It's so hard to root for one player in this league, considering that every single person here, every single person on the roster is such a likable character, you know?
And speaking of likable characters, if you follow this man on social media, Don Argus is very entertaining. I watched his videos during the Challenger series and Draft series. You see how this man really, he loves his job right now. He has improved in terms of win rate compared to his last performance in the Nationals, but he's gonna have to step it up for the final 3 days. And not to mention, he just has one game today, and then he has to get as many points per day for the final 2 days.
Exactly. Like I mentioned, it's only getting tougher from this point forward. And Don Argus, like I said, no stranger to the clutch. This is really where we can see their resolve as players in Don Argus. Actually, in that with a little backup there too. That is actually his coach right there, the true mastermind of the Argus clan.
Don Argus shifting to his home base. He wants that family buff. He wants the comfort of his home. And of course, we see there Hapon with his teammate, us asking him, how do you like that? Of course, he is going to give some coaching tips as well as this match goes on. But again, big match for Don Argus. Honestly, in order for him to survive, I think he needs to go perfect for the rest of the season.
That's true, considering that Jason actually has one more game just today. That just gives Jason's more chances, obviously, right? But yeah, the race is just getting closer and closer, and as much as we hate to say goodbyes, there's just no other way for these players.
And it is time for them to continue and write their story here in the Nationals. And we are going to see the Elizabeth and the Geese. Wow, I think this is kind of, 2D versus 2D. This is going to be fun.
Of course you would say that. You're a Street Fighter player. Of course you would say 2D versus 2D would be fun, Doc. Casually winning tournaments on the side. Alrighty then. But yeah, again, we have Geese and Eliza, both from Tekken, by the way, in the Cave of Enlightenment as they battle for, again, those very coveted points that we've been talking about. And we have a 20% pick on Don Argus as well. Don Argus back on his default costume.
He has always favored this costume. This does give him, I guess, a bit of an advantage because visually, right, it can be distracting for players. But we know that Hapon is not distracted by anything whatsoever. He's playing so strong at this point. No meter for either player yet, but here comes Hapon.
That's right, and no need for that meter as Hapon adjusts beautifully. Although this meter is getting closer and closer to getting built up, Don Argus was losing health fast.
He is, he's on the edge. He does have rage. He has one stick of butter, but that is not going to do him any good as that TF1 just closes it out for Hapon. Taking the first round, great start for him.
That's right, and Hapon looking already super strong here as Argus will be the first defender to spend that meter, but no, not today.
I mean, Hapon is saying, this is how you spend meter, by taking half of your life and not for a mix-up. But here comes Don Argus again. Nice little mix-up there on Wake Up, getting him with the mid, but still, down in life is Don Argus. But he just ties it up right there, pushing Hapon slowly to the corner.
That was a little crazy here, but Don Argus pushing his way and bullying Hapon right now, but Hapon getting clipped by that down 3. Don Argus proving that he is not out of this one yet, despite Hapon getting that early momentum.
That speaks to the mental strength that Don Argus has. Even though he was down half-life right away, does the right thing and jumps over the fireball with the EX diving, and he takes half of Don Argus of Hapon's life in this round.
Oh, and Don Argus, bit of a close call there as that jumping forward could have been lethal, but right now they're duking it out. Don Argus though with a compact game, but Hapon opening him up for this combo to death.
It looked like Hapon was telegraphing that, what we like to call the pangkabuhayan back 3-2 from Geese there. I mean, he did it twice. Don Argus punched it the first time, but this time Hapon was able to get it.
Down 2 into forward 3. Hapon got some serious tech up this. I haven't seen that one in a while, but Don Argus once again already has a bit of a meter advantage here. Hapon though being very, very patient, running that clock down and knowing all he has to do is to lie in wait.
What's so fun about this 2D match is they're actually trying to predict the other fireball.
No!
Oh, here comes Hapon, Raph.
Oh,
that's it.
Goodness, like you mentioned, they were predicting the fireballs, and that in true 2D fashion, he got that chunky damage off of a jump in. Now Don Argus gathering all his energies like, that hurts, man.
Yeah, talking to his coach right away, like, hey, what do you think I did wrong? Dad, you lost. You have to win. I think that's what's
Wow.
going on in the background right now.
And, you know, kids don't lie. And Don Argus like, yeah, you know, you're right. Maybe you should win. You can see the smile, the body language. Like, yeah, that's the game plan. But again, jokes aside, guys, it's really been super hard to call considering how explosive these players are, both in play style and character choice.
And we talk about 2D fashion. That was actually quite fun to see. Being, you know, while watching Tekken matches, you don't really see them like anticipate because there was a lull, right, for most of that final round because they were probably Don Argus was waiting to punish a street shark again or a tingkalye, as I like to call it, with the EX dive kick. Kiwi.
No.
We have new names.
Like you mentioned, again, Doc with so much insight, especially in the 2D matchups. Once again, the seasoned veteran in 2D games. And yeah, a 2D character in Tekken, impossible. That's what people would say 5 years ago, 7 years ago. But here we are, the highest level of play in our region with 2D characters.
And it is quite fun to watch. It adds that dynamic in the game. But then again, going back to the match and going back to what the task at hand for Don Argus, will he switch? No, he will not.
No, he will not. He will stick with a vampire lady. And it's just, wow. Of course, we are going to go to the Howard Estate. We are going to visit, I would say, home court advantage for both these players. Both these characters really benefit from the damage Howard Estate can bring. And of course, this sick-ass intro for Geese.
Of course. I think it's kind of Don Argus's little tribute to Hapon's choice of characters.
Exactly, and we are actually seeing a full armored Don Argus in this second set, and Don Argus will take first blood with that down 3.
But Hapon immediately retaliating. Don Argus not staying silent right away. Really fast exchange to start out this round here. But Don Argus now slowly pushing Hapon, but Hapon is not allowing anything for Don Argus, but he's now back against the wall.
That's right, he doesn't want to give up as much space, but that wall is gonna break, and Don Argus has access to extra damage. He actually takes it wall to wall, but no second break here. One very close to meter, Don Argus already has one available.
Wow, the interruption attempt there from Hapon, but still Don Argus does have the advantage. Hapon immediately gets out of the corner here. The double fireball exchange. Nice answer from Don Argus. Can Hapon do anything? One hit though would do it because he now has meter. Dive kick. Ends the round.
Don Argus hit him with a fade away on that one. Upon reeling a little bit here in rounds, he does have a meter available. So once again, that standing toward that back 3-2 is going to prove incredibly dangerous. Not if Don Argus lands the first combo though.
Meter well spent. Big counter hit low there for him. A miss input on the dive kick, but he's continuing to press the advantage here. Life lead and, takes it back to neutral.
We know Geese. Smart thing for Don Argus not to bring him into rage, or very, very timely as well. But now Hapon doing all the damage at the wall, not even spending meter.
But the rage is right there. Both players have meter, and there is the unblockable setup. First of this set from Don Argus. Now he's feeling a bit more confident in this matchup because he just brought that out.
Right, Hapon so fishing for the timing of Don Argus, but Don Argus really not giving anything away. But that big counter to the high heels of Eliza is gonna be a bit dangerous as Don Argus has his back against the wall, but not for too long.
The sidewall really saved Don Argus there, and he has built the meter, so what can he do with it? The little matrix interaction between the two moves. And Don Argus, again, very smart move. He did go over the street shark, but too far for anything. He does have the wall though, and he is putting on the pressure.
Oh my god, Don Argus tried to world star that by mashing on the EX, but no, Hapon stays alive. Don Argus trying to pressure him with the instant dive kicks and the low pressure, burning all the meter. But no throw break.
No throw break. That was so probably in the heat of the moment, Don Argus reacted too late to the grab. And there you go, a clash of fireballs. Classic 2D mechanic right here. You know I'm happy, Raph.
If you can see my face right now, I wouldn't say disappointed, but man, who would expect Tekken to have fireballs flashing like this? I'm pretending as if we haven't had this for for quite a while now, but my goodness, Don Argus losing even more health on that whiff, but now Hapon with the adjustment. No, sir.
The adjustment wasn't enough there for him, but he has the advantage. The wall break, this might end it for him. He baits out the EXDP. First of the match, Hapon was ready. 2 rounds apiece, and this is a really close one.
It really is, but this wall break is going to maybe miff this combo just a tiny bit for Hapon, but Don Argus try to hit him with a Umehara Flasher and Umehara DP, but Hapon's still holding strong. This has been tied up, and like we mentioned, Don Argus really needs those points.
Lego references in a Tekken game. Let's go. Anyway, Don Argus trying to press on here. He does have meter. He has to watch out for Hapon as well. Goes for the low this mix-up. He's gonna get extra wall damage. And wow, that was sick. But Hapon though, what can he do? Will we see a Pangkabuhayan back 3?
He's definitely fishing for it. He's waiting and waiting! Oh my goodness, somebody call Doc Jimmy Nostradamus, and this is just going to finish it, but he goes for the hook and sidestep free. Oh dear me.
Wait a minute. Would he have just finished the Deadly Rave and that would have been it? Or did he have
Pretty
to go
much.
for that reset?
Either way, it would have finished on Argus, but creative choice by Hapon there. Potentially a drop, but hey, in the end, he took the set. Now, this puts Don Argus in such an even more dangerous position here, Doc.
Yeah, losing 0-2, he could not gain any points for the past 2 days. It's gonna be all that more tough. He can only get 12 more points for the final 2 days of the group stages. But let's look at the replays here and reminisce how that match went in true 2D fashion.
Again, this is Geese and Eliza from Tekken talking about having a hot streak. If there's one player that actually went on a massive streak, I think this was Season 2 Hapon, where he just went 6-0 in 2 days and bolstered his way up to the rankings. And right now, he is the one to deny Don Argus of, once again, those precious points.
I mean, what a performance here. This is a great bounce back performance from Hapon, because during the first half, he did lose to Vermilion. So coming back with 3 points plus that 1 point he got from Vermilion, puts him at 4. So that's a pretty good day. It's a pretty good day for Hapon.
That's right. And as soon as that unblockable hit, I knew people were looking and they were just gonna say that one magic word. Nanood. Nanood ng what? But you know what? Let's not delve into cartoons.
Anime, right?
Like I said, that Umehara DP, Don Argus tried to go for it, but Hapon was just ready.
He was, and he really clutched this game out here. He was extremely careful now, like ever since Don Argus punished his Street Shark with the EX dive kick. He was a little bit more conservative with the fireballs. Didn't want to give him as much opportunity as he did, but great there for Hapon. And we move on to our next match.
That's right. And our next match, we might actually see another Geese in the form of Machinehead versus BRE Pro's Maru.
And honestly, looking at Machinehead's performance for the past couple of days, I'll come out and say it. He's been, as good as he is, he's been on quite a slump. Let's hope this match versus Maru kind of kickstarts a winning streak for him. And head-to-head wise, they're pretty much even.
Pretty much. And talking about Maru, how volatile he is, it's really such a stark contrast to the stability of Machinehead. But again, talking about slumps, I think both these players could potentially be suffering from that, but now is the time to bounce back, as once again we are entering the point of no return. And Machinehead recently added that Akuma to his arsenal, making him even more dangerous and adding more things to study on in the pre-fight, pre-fight prep.
And yeah, he does add to his 2D arsenal. It does give him a lot more options. I mean, we know that he has an Alyssa, which can be really scary. We saw the chainsaws wreak havoc during the early days of the play-ins. He has brought out a Falcon Ram, but not extremely successful. So Machinehead is going to have to pick things up here. But what a challenge it is going to be going up against the leader in terms of points.
That's right. Once again, a slump for Machinehead, and we only hope he can reboot his systems, get that stuff going. And Maru, my, has been on a tear with these win rates. 63% on that Brian, Fakum Ram with 71, and 67 for Julia. And like you mentioned, in pole position with a massive 65% win rate.
He overtook Jules, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, and he looks to continue. Oh, and he showed the camera. He pointed it in a certain direction. Is that Mouse? That's Mouse. Hey!
Yes. One of the brilliant coaches of the Nationals here. And yeah, also kudos to the coaches of every single team out there, really keeping their players in line and helping them evolve to the point where they are now and developing our scene as it goes. These guys really deserve a lot of credit. Again, this is not to discredit the skills of our players, because once again, our players are absolutely amazing at this game. They are world class. But coaches as well, big help.
Maru, of course, has had international accolades. Won a big tournament, if I'm not mistaken, in Malaysia. Mouse also, as a coach, not just as a coach, but as a player, has really performed well in the international scene. So when you have two minds, a great talent, young talent like Maru, and a grizzled veteran and someone who has so much experience like Mouse, you put those two together and you produce the current #1 seed in the Nationals.
Right, and they just work hand in hand so well. One of the things that people tend to overlook when you're striving to be pro is to be coachable, to be willing to listen. And oh my goodness, we have not seen this Leo pick in quite a while now, as Maru is going to be fighting the literal machine head of Tekken, Alyssa.
This is going to be fun. The last time I believe we saw Alyssa was probably during the play-ins, and I think this is the first time Machinehead has brought her back, and this Leo match with Bren Maru is going to be fun. Take a look at the talent picks.
Right, does look like Maru has a bit of an advantage when it comes to the talent picks here, but Machinehead looking to prove everybody wrong. You can already see the reactions on these lows being thrown out. Absolutely good stuff here, but oh, the counter hit dab. Good lord, that is chunky.
I mean, we do not give Leo a lot of credit when it comes to combo damage. But here we go, Maru proving us wrong. Huge combo here and going to close it out with his own health.
Out. Again, Maru using that explosive bravado to his advantage here as Machinehead. Still trying to get his bearings here, but oh, the third hit, the dreaded third hit. Beautiful with punished by Machinehead. Trying to bounce back, and everybody's just brawling.
But it looks like they're trying to slow it down just a little now. Maru, we see him walking back, not backdashing away, but just walking back so slowly, trying to get into position, and it has gotten them this life lead. But here we go. The chainsaws have been brought out. Nope. No confirmation there on the combo, and another drop.
These are magical setups as Machinehead just took that round away from under the legs of Maru. And like you said, would have been drops, but man, worked out anyway.
Part of the plan. It's all part of the plan for Machinehead. I mean, he has the Machinehead. He does all those calculations. We just don't see them.
That's right. It is too fast for our human minds to see. But now, Machinehead magic pours his way out of that timeout corner, taking it to the basement.
Down we go. Where we stops, nobody knows. Machinehead spinning round and round here, but Maru trying to fight back. He is enraged. He avoids the chainsaw. Very smart move here. Spends the rage drive, going to get as much damage as he can, but you cannot stop these chainsaws.
Round 4.
Right, it's Machinehead with the tools in his kit right now, giving Maru such a difficult time to just kill him. An absolute cockroach in the nicest way to say it.
I mean, there is that fine line. But yeah, the survivability. It's like, he's just so persistent. He's so resilient with this Alyssa. It feels like it's impossible to drain the life. But here we go. He's going to try it right now.
Alright, big hop kick here by Maru. Machinehead is very, very close to death here. But that you buff the -9 on the FF2, ladies and gents. Really saving Maru there. That's crazy.
Taking full advantage of the situation, and this is what the pro players do. And taking note of that and reacting appropriately. Really good there. Beautiful sidestep from Maru, but another combo drop.
Right, this has been such an incredibly tense match between these two that you can just cut it with... You can cut the tension with a knife. Or chainsaws in this case, but Machinehead very, very close to losing this set. Maru, though, the defense on Maru absolutely unshakable!
No way, Maru not letting any more of his life go away. That's what I like to call health retention, right? And high-level players are so good at just maintaining their life and not giving it away that easily. Maru, incredibly impressive in that final round.
Right, and man, Maru making Leo look like a good character. No, I'm kidding. And Leo is not a bad character. It's just not a fantastic character. But again, moving on to the players, these are the type of dudes to make any character look really, really, really good, including Gigas. We haven't seen a Gigas yet, I don't think.
I would love to see a Gigas. And we did see... I heard that statistically, Gigas is the #1 winningest online character in Tekken 7.
Man,
What do you think of that?
For the lack of a better phrase, that's crazy, dude. Gigas does like 3 things. I guess like online it's really hard to account for those. But yeah, Giga's definitely not the worst character in the game. I think that belongs to Eddie at the moment. But hey man, I'm not here to throw shots at any characters. Like Paul. Talk about Paul. We saw a great use of Paul today. But now talking about characters, the question is Machinehead gonna go for something a little bit more explosive and something a little less compact, like potentially his Geese, even as Akuma? And we've seen shades of that Gigas in the previous legs as well, so he does have a lot of options under his sleeves.
I think a Geese pick would be good for him, given his Geese was really impressive. It has always been impressive, and it's a great fallback character. And we saw a Geese earlier from Hapon, so why not? Nope, he's just sticking to Alyssa.
Speaking of falling behind, if you ever missed any of the matches today or the previous episodes, catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. So if you missed the games, guys, you can always catch it on TV. Now,
here,
round 1. Fight.
yes sir.
yes sir, indeed. Me and Doc are just, great minds think alike. That's why our timing is just way too good. We have to telepathically communicate. But right now, Maru with the gorgeous read on that big counter hit here. Goodness, look at all that health dwindle.
So fast, probably like 15 seconds into the round here, like you said. Maru making Leo look so good, and Machinehead just bring out the chainsaw so early, but Maru is handling that so well.
Handling so well, and Mario's basically saying, don't bring chainsaws to a fist fight. It ain't gonna work.
Fight.
Technically it should, but it doesn't make it a fist fight. But yeah, excellent evasion there from Maru. Just making full use of the situation, punishing appropriately. But the first Hulika moment of this game here, the low parry, does not result into something great for Machinehead though.
Right, and speaking of great, Machinehead with the absolutely perfect reaction time here to get that launch punish, but not to the wall though. Maru getting bullied to the wall, but the chainsaws are out, the punishment as well. Machinehead does have rage, he spends it, Doc.
But he just does catch him floating, and with the rage out of the way, Maru has 99 problems, but the rage drive ain't one. He closes it right there.
Fight.
What's in Paris? It is Maru being incredibly touched is in Paris. And in Forgotten Realm, he is 2 rounds up and Machinehead still looking for signs of life as he's slowly trying to claw his way back in this game.
Has the battery run out for Machinehead with this Alyssa pick here? Maru seems like everything is working his way, and we are going downstairs for a bit more extra damage. Wow, nice reset, and he's just hopping away.
That orbital doing so much work. If Machinehead's gonna make a comeback, has to be now. He has all the resources in the world except health. These legs aren't gonna hold for too long. Give that back. I don't want that. None of that.
Oh my! And finally, Maru blocks the low, and he does take it over Machinehead in such a stone cold fashion. Look at him. Raph, he isn't moving.
Is he gonna fade away into dust again? You know what? The player cam shenanigans have been something that I feel like a lot of people have been looking forward to, and now he's back. He has moved. But Machinehead, oh no, he's moving as well. I was thinking, are they doing the stare down?
But with that win on that stare down, Maru has further distanced himself from the pack. He is at a beautiful 36 points. What a lead this man has jumped out to.
I guess with those calculations, Doc, that means he has not dropped a single match since yesterday. At least the set, and we're gonna see how brilliant he has been through these highlights.
And with Leo, nonetheless, he was so on point with everything, defending well through Alyssa's onslaught of chainsaws. Like, the chainsaws were almost, I could say, a non-factor in this game. Maru was just ready, except for that moment, right? I mean, Maru had a taste of the machinery. He didn't want it anymore.
Right. And even the caster's curse is even real during replays, Doc, as we saw. But yeah, Machinehead, this looked like Machinehead was about to take it from Maru, but my goodness, it's just so hard to put or rather describe how Maru has been playing. It'd be such a, what is the word? The words are escaping me. Maru is doing so well.
He is, and honestly, at the start of the season, I had this gut feeling that Maru would be doing really well. He did make the finals versus AK in the previous conference. I think that was twice, right? He had his historic Cinderella run, and he's been so consistent. He wants a big win, and he is starting that right now. But here we go. Our next match is going to be huge for one person named Jason. Let's take a look.
That's right. The Jaguar Messiah, Jason, versus Coffee Royalty himself, Coffee Prince. And yet another very, very close and tight head-to-head here with equal amount of characters and almost identical win rates.
It's close. It's close between them. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the first time they met, it was Jason who. Look at, I don't know. This replay might prove me wrong. But I think they're kind of like 1-1 at this point. If my memory isn't really serving me correctly, but yeah, pretty close, pretty tight between these two. But Jason, he has a mission today.
He indeed does, because if I'm not mistaken as well, tomorrow or in the next episode, he's not gonna have as many matches compared to today, obviously. But again, Jason, he is no stranger to the clutch. We've seen him do the craziest things, even with P-charge setups, incredibly creative with his combos, and his conversion is also a gift that he uses to maximum efficiency. And this Kunimitsu has been very, very deadly in his hands.
He has brought Kunimitsu out a couple of times and has taken a lot of big names. It just shows really how we talk about this throughout the season, the evolution of these players. Right, in season 1, Jason was only sticking to the Jaguars, but now he has added more. But we must move on to the Príncipe of Cafe, Coffee Prince himself. At the start of play-ins, it didn't look too good for him. Like day 1, I believe he was bottom of the standings, but he has just shot up recently.
That's right, Coffee Royalty, the kingdom of the underworld, this is such a storied and veteran player of the scene. Coffee is just absolutely unshakable. Considering, relatively speaking, he doesn't have as much playtime as the other players, but you know what? He's still as sharp, still incredibly dangerous, and I think this is going to be definitely a challenge for Jason, knowing what is on the table for him, or at least both these players.
Well, on the table for Jason right now is a beautiful cup of coffee. Can he finish it, or will the bitterness take over? It's gonna be tough for Jason. I know a lot of people are cheering for him. Their Lord and Savior, of course. I know one of our other co-casters, young Rafiki, is definitely cheering for Jason here. But Jason needs these 2 matches. He needs to get at least, I don't know, 4 points?
That's right, because I think the gap between him and Argus, Don Argus had 17 points at the beginning of this half, and Jason had 12. So, like you mentioned,
I think
he
that's
does
reverse.
he does need, no matter how we put it, he does need these points so badly. And this is just one of the thrilling parts of the Nationals, Players have to go, as much as we love them. That being said, watching Lance and watching Gold Standard was such a treat, but hey, this is the Shark Tank. This is an incredibly competitive and cutthroat league.
Ooh. It is, and I just realized, right? The last match, Machinehead and Maru got 3 points. That means Machinehead is stuck at 21. So he is still he's in bottom 4 right now. So this is Jason's chance. If he gets 4 points, he can tie it up with Machinehead. If he gets 6 points, he's out of dodge for now.
Out of it is really the best way to describe it, and it is completely even for the talent picks. Talking about Armor King, though, Armor King has received a good amount of buffs, and we might see it in action here. Leroy, knowing Leroy, no matter how many nerfs you give him, he's gonna be an absolute terror. Beautiful back 1+4 by Jason here, and oh boy, oh boy,
my God.
What is that?
Whoa.
Come on, man.
That was what? That was such a weird interaction. Like he just switched sides all of a sudden after the dark uppercut. But we see Jason not phased, so he has the life lead, going for 2 launchers in a row, just whipping 2 huge moves here. Coffee Prince not taking advantage.
Right, Jason doing a great job of defending against this ready and waiting Coffee Prince.
Ooh.
Oh dear, the back 2 here, but the armor move. Don't ever do that.
Round 2. Fight.
Audacity of this Jason. Just going for it even after taking the parries. He's not phased. He's not afraid of this Leroy. Nice little duck there from Coffee Prince, but beautiful little combination there. The 2-piece coming from Jason.
Right, Jason trying to get into the shadow stab stance here more times than he's not, but he is teetering at the edge of rage. But that low parry just to shave off quite a bit of health off Coffee Prince. But hey, he could be dead here.
Is very well, yeah. That counter hit, wake up 3. Of course, one of probably every Tekken player's favorite get up move, unless you're seasoned and you just wake up normally. Beautiful sidewalk there, getting behind, but Coffee Prince gets stopped with the low parry.
Did you see that sidestep, fellow Armor King players? They finally give him mobility. Trying to go for the cross-up stuff here with a bad miss, but Jason, oh my goodness, down 4-2 is homing. I love this match. This match is absolutely amazing.
And the trade working in favor. Jason popping off right there, healing himself. Can he close this out? Not if Coffee Prince has anything to say about it. And this wall.
That's right. Trying to go for the World Star hop kick there, but so far no dice as Coffee Prince is tearing it up. This huge wall bounce is gonna take a chunk away from his health talk.
I mean, the water is boiling. Jason, though, doing everything he can to try and stop this. A little Hulika moment there with the low parry, but can he keep it up? Can he keep guessing here? What Coffee Prince is going to do? Nope, not enough.
Final round.
And very, very close first set. Incredibly thrilling here. Breaks the chain grab. Coffee Prince very, very aware.
Ooh!
Sidestep by Jason. This is gonna hurt a lot. Goes for the Oki instead. Coffee Prince being very patient, but no! World Star!
Ooh! Replies with a parry with armor here. Jason is not backing down. Coffee Prince as well. So both of them are just taking it a little bit slow. Here comes Coffee Prince initiating the offense here. No punish, or probably not punishable there from Jason. but wow, super close here, Raf.
I can't believe that is not a stagger low. Get that Kane out of here. Jason with a huge back 1-2 now. Coffee Prince at the edge of death. That long and lanky down 4 from hell. Jason takes the first set of Coffee Prince. Now, love me some Armor King buffs.
What was that just now? Like did that mobility just get installed after the patch earlier?
I have no idea, but I haven't seen Armor King move like this since Tag 2. It's been so long. But yeah, and Jason looking at his notes and staring into everybody, so I was like, yes, give me your energy. Meanwhile, Coffee Prince, I think there's a lot of circles that consider Leroy a bad matchup on Armor King on, I wouldn't say on the more obvious levels, right? But man, there's just a lot to explain. There's just Armor King's playstyle, very single hit heavy poking, a lot of spacing, and obviously Leroy can stop a lot of unga bunga with back 2. This Armor King just does not have any strings that's worth doing back 2 on.
He does not expose himself to counter hit situations as much, and I think Jason is playing to that advantage beautifully here, clutching out that game, taking game 1 up against Coffee Prince. And that win was such a great start. I'm sure it's a confidence builder. And we did see Jason look at his phone. I am aware that for those of you just tuning in, there was a patch that was just released today. And from what I know, it's still in Japanese and has not yet been translated.
Have you not heard? Jason the Messiah just looked at it. I understand what's happening. He just took a look at it and it's like, yeah, I know. But Coffee Prince. Go ahead.
His eyes have Google Translate.
That's right. Anything is possible in the J God. But anyway, Coffee Prince sticking with the Leroy here. Honestly, his Leroy was doing so much work, and I feel like he had no reason to swap out. He does have an incredibly dangerous Steve, but that parry from Armor King is always looming around the corner, especially with such a high usage rate in a player like Jason.
And let's see how he makes that adjustment. There it is, the 1-inch punch counter hit there. One of the few rare times that he's been able to do it. So you have to think that both of these players are getting a read on each other.
That's right. Jason's low parries have been absolutely on point here, but Coffee Prince with a sharp adjustment to put Jason against the wall into the breakable wall. Back to 1. Oh, that standing 2 is Jason's favorite. That heart jab. But nope, you know what? Stay down, Coffee Prince says.
Again, another low parry. Hooligan moment for Jason. But still, guessing game right now.
Oh! Not that though.
Oh, in reaction.
Watch your legs. The lows are looming.
Gotta watch out for the LLLs, the looming lows.
The looming
LLs.
lows. And Coffee Prince though, he's adjusted. He's playing way more compact, trying to play the timing of Jason. Jason though, still on the hunt for those bigger moves. So far, Coffee Prince has been doing such a fantastic job of chopping away.
Speaking of chopping, Jason has been doing some chopping of his own, getting really busy here. Ooh, nice little suplex, catching Coffee Prince off guard. But beautiful jabs here just to close out that round. Coffee Prince looking like he's dominating the second game.
Alright, Coffee Prince with that late game scaling, getting stronger and stronger as these rounds go by, and oh my goodness, everything is working for Kape. He is scalding hot right now, taking a set of his own.
Putting in all of the condiments here to get those 7 golden letters against Jason. Just like that, that was so fast. It looked like Jason was really able to hang around for the first 2 rounds, but then Coffee Prince just got it percolating.
Once again, Coffee Prince, one of the most storied players out there in the scene, and looking to his right side and to our perspective to his magical left, getting all that coaching, you know.
Is that his left?
No, it's his right, our left.
It's his right. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Our
yeah.
left. There you go. So I wanted to make sure we had the bearings right, but impressive match so far from these two players. Jason is gonna have to pull out something big. I mean, we did see him continue to try and sidestep during that second round, but Coffee Prince just so aware of what Jason was trying to do.
Yeah, once again, the adjustments happened so quickly with Coffee Prince. But Coffee, such a cerebral player mixed with a lot of tenacity. One thing that I really do miss watching from Coffee is him bringing out the Brian. His Brian was such a treat to watch. Sadly, we haven't seen a lot of playtime for that character, but you know what? His Leroy and his Steve has been very entertaining.
Coffee Prince was one of the members of the Leroy gang when Leroy just took over at the start of Season 2 last year and continuing to bring it over. So you see like the development of Coffee Prince right over the years. We've watched these players for so long and seeing them at their level now with different characters, it's evolution, man.
That is a word that I've used so much, and there's just no other way to put it. They've been growing so much, and they've really been taking the meaning of a peak to a different level, you know. No pun intended, but they've been just elevating it higher and higher as the seasons progress.
We have to intend our puns.
No.
To each his own. But we go back to Howard Estate. Same characters here, just a different stage. Coffee Prince seems fairly Jason seems fairly comfortable with his pick. And let's see how he's going to reply here in this third and final game between him and Coffee Prince.
I'm excited to see how both these players have adjusted, because again, that is just another meta game of Tekken. Coffee Prince though off to once again a hot start as Jason losing so much health. Oh my goodness, somebody stop this man.
Taking Jason to the foot massage and closing it out with a hell sweep. It looks like the momentum here from Coffee Prince isn't gone at all.
Not at all, as Coffee Prince is looking to barrel through Jason. The low defense, oh my goodness. The low blow from Jason. Still getting stuffed by Coffee Prince, oh my goodness.
Coffee Prince just finding ways to get out of Jason's offense here, but here we go. Jason is not dropping this. Oh, never mind. Commentator's curse here. And Jason is his back is up against the wall, trying to get out as soon as he can.
Right, this defense is almost Guile-like, but near conversion by Jason here. The parry, the Sabaki parry, once again. Game is only getting wilder and wilder as Jason gets that back one. You should be dead.
Armor King's version of the Pangkabuhayan back one. Brick saving lives and definitely saving Jason that round here. He could not afford to go down 2 rounds apiece. He needs these points. He got 1. He's trying to go for 2.
Trying is the word here, as Jason has not cracked the defense of Coffee Prince yet. His first set looked incredible for him, but Coffee Prince, once again, the king of the underworld, of the coffee royalty, really holding the gates down here. Excellent whip punish, but oh my goodness, the World Star back too! He did it on a +8!
The audacity. But Coffee Prince here with the life lead, just content to backing off and letting Jason hang himself. He finds the opportunity, mixes him up, and closes it out.
Closes it out. One more round, or at least 1 round of redemption is what Jason really needs. But we know Coffee Prince, he is out for blood, not just Coffee. Jason, though, he is getting a bit of a life lead here, Doc.
The life lead is quite substantial, but knowing Coffee Prince, if he finds one opportunity, he's gonna take full advantage of it. And here we go. Here comes the mix-up. Okay, immediately stopped by Jason. Life lead well in favor of Jason.
Well in favor, and Armor King using a lot of armor moves. Very apt, as the Stink Foot will take the round away from Jason. It looks like he is reinvigorated, Doc.
Reinvigorating and forcing this double Luigi between him and Coffee Prince. This is it, Crap. Do or die. Who's gonna take this point?
The dreaded Leroy Orbital is chunking away at Jason. Oh boy, one more L sweep! Ooh. And Jason falls to the prince himself.
Wow, he bows down sa Prinsipe ng Kape. Coffee Prince coming out 2-1 over Jason. Hard fought, extremely close. just coming up clutch in that final round.
That's right. Coffee Prince, one of the most clutch players in the Nationals. We've seen it in his previous playoff runs and even his regular season runs. And we can just see more of that in the highlights we are about to show you.
And what the first game really it was. I mean, for both players, right? The Leroy coming out, the Armor King, which was also really impressive from Jason. He did get a bunch of sidesteps in and really took advantage of positioning.
That was the most surprising thing to me. I was like, Armor King sidestepping? No. Are we back to tag 2? Yeah, man. Jason looked so good in the first round, but like we mentioned, this is a game of adaptation and mental fortitude, you know? Coffee Prince has been that guy for that set.
And this is the disappointing moment there after the rage drive from Armor King. But the second game, like, Coffee Prince was just on fire. He was boiling hot, like, you know, add a bit of ice there, but Jason couldn't do anything. This third game was way closer. I think Jason did a really great job of adjusting to the gameplay and really minimizing his mistakes.
That's right. And oh man, how could we even describe Coffee Prince's gameplay? It's been absolutely perfect. His timing has been something Jason wasn't able to adjust to, and his placement from his moves and his range finding was just incredible. Jason looked really, really good, but once again, he just kind of fell into the trap of Coffee Prince.
Every time Coffee Prince gets that one opportunity, he just pounces on it. Like he pours everything, 3 lumps of sugar, a little bit of creamer. I don't know how you like your coffee. I don't know how he likes his coffee. But he can sit down to a nice little hot cup for tonight because he has taken a victory.
That's right. But this is not the last time we will see Jason. In fact, Jason is our next competitor versus Machinehead. So this is gonna be Season 1 Omega versus Season 3 Omega. But the head-to-head really is leaning towards Machinehead in this case.
Ooh, this is gonna be a big match for both players. Both of them have yet... Jason did score a point in that last round, so he brings his total up to 18. But again, big match for these two because they are right down there at the bottom.
Right down there in the depths of hell. We haven't seen Jason bring out the regular king yet, opposed to what we're seeing in the highlights. But hey, we might actually see that because, again, from the look of things and from what we've seen, his king has been very, very effective against this Lisa matchup.
And one of the most exciting kings I've seen in the Nationals. I mean, we've had a slew of amazing king mains, but speaking of kings, the king of geese right here, Machinehead, looking to score a point today. He has to get out of his slump. The number 1 draft pick, right? And you know, honestly, I think every pro player finds a slump. It's really the best who get out of it and press on, and that's what Machinehead is looking to do in this match.
That's right. And talking about the Omegas, it was actually Coach Pico who gave such great advice because sometimes people are in slumps because people can be their own worst enemy, you know? Sometimes your own voice in your head is bringing you down, maybe putting a little too much expectations. But talking about people, the Jaguar Messiah himself going for round 2, at least for today, with his signature Jaguars and Kunimitsu.
And honestly, his Armor King was very impressive. Just losing by the slightest margin that last game. So mentally, can Jason pick himself up? Can he refocus with the new task at hand, which is Machinehead? He almost got him the last time they met. So you have to be thinking this man has been doing his homework and he's ready for this Omega Machinehead.
Right, so the storyline of this matchup is, can the Jaguars escape the endangered species list, and can the crime boss escape from his own slump prison, which is really, really such a momentum building matchup because, again, tomorrow, or rather in the next episode, this momentum really carries on.
We only have 2 days left after today, Raf, and these players are really going all out. And whoever wins this match is going to change how the bottom of the standings looks. I want to do some math. Currently, Jason is at 18, Machinehead at 21. If Jason can pull off a 2-0, he's effectively tied up with Machinehead, and we would have a three-way tie for 9th place with Machinehead, Kunicat, and Jason.
Man, and it's just a bit of a heartbreaker, you know? This has been super, super tight, been super entertaining, but there can only be one.
There can only be one.
And for today, we are going to see in this, unfortunately, our last match of the day, because as exciting as it has been, we still have a lot more Tekken to play in the next episodes. Here we are. Both players giving the camera the death stare. Jason, though, given the peace signs, Machinehead focusing on his objective.
And I can't help but notice that beautiful head of hair that Jason is donning. So you can see both players are really focused in on this match. And I have to go to the flip side, right? If Machinehead gets a victory here, he does catapult himself out of the bottom contention. He would go up either to 23 or 24, and that puts him in a way better position. It puts him above Coffee Prince, actually.
If I'm not mistaken, it's actually all... Go ahead. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's all redraftees that are in danger jail right now, and they really have to do their best to escape.
That's true. Yeah, Kunicat, Jason, Argus, and Machinehead are at the bottom right now, while the veterans of the Nationals are up there. So yeah, really tough for the draftees at this point. But I'd like to correct myself. Coffee Prince, after that win earlier, is at 25 points. So if Jason does win, he's still going to be... if Machinehead does win, he's still going to be at 24 points. But just behind Coffee.
Oh my dog, these are just getting so difficult to call, so difficult to predict, because everybody is just fighting with their claws out. Nobody's pulling any punches, and... Wait a minute. What is that?
Who's
What
playing?
is that?
Who's playing?
That's a very interesting pick by Machinehead. I've never seen him play Eddie, but hey, I don't know what the Omega boys are cooking up. This is special. Potentially special.
Round 1.
Let's see if they can live up to that potential. Machinehead with the Eddie pick, and he is quite ahead in the talent pick standings, 80% to 20. Jason again, the underdog or the undercat, the armor finding his way, and beautiful wake up option there from Jason. But Machinehead just spamming one move.
And we know how Jason is so well versed in this matchup. We've seen him dominate. Right now, Machinehead is bringing his own style to this dance, and Jason did not figure it out, at least for that round.
My goodness, what a crazy back and forth first round between these two players. Jason, though, trying to play unencumbered here, but oh my, what is this? What was that?
What was that? That was a fairly strange exchange here. Jason could potentially be stubborn, trying to get a bit of a world star neutral here and there, but Machinehead not allowing it. That was a lot of damage. That was indeed a lot of damage off that one sequence, but Jason will be the one to finish that round off.
And I just received information from a source that Eddie was actually Machinehead's main before. Wow, okay. So, definitely confident with this pick, yes.
Sometimes you just have to go with old reliable, dog. The comfort pick, no matter what the tier is, just gotta stick with your guns.
And so far, it's been extremely effective for Machinehead. This has most likely, caught Jason off guard here. Definitely not expected from our side. And Machinehead just doing things again and again. Takes a 2-1 lead here over Jason.
That's right, and Jason being a little adamant, fighting the frame data here. Machinehead making him pay for it. Doesn't matter if he can't step that big counter, it's gonna do dividends for Machinehead.
Paying off a lot, and Machinehead looking to close out this round. He is in Jason's head, but a Hulika moment brought to you by Jason with that low parry, but to no avail. The life lead was too high, and Machinehead was in Jason's head. I
don't know if that was a pun or not, but very, very apt
intended
description there. Intended, fully intentional. But yeah, Jacen's Eddie is a different flavor from we'd normally see from Hapon's Eddie, which is just highlights the beauty of the game that you can use any character and two people could use the same character, but the way they manage and the way they use that character is gonna be two opposite worlds.
And you have to, not know you cannot notice that smile and little chuckle there from Machinehead on camera. He was like, haha, yeah, that worked. Awesome. And that has put him in a great position here. He is poised to take 3 points if he can continue his momentum, but Jacen most definitely thinking hard for his next move.
Thinking hard. I don't think anybody expected this Eddie pick coming out from Machinehead, but like I mentioned, sometimes the best way to get yourself out of the slump is just to use something that you're very, very comfortable with. Now, again, we associate Machinehead with Peace and at this point, Elisa and Akuma, but it's Eddie coming back from the ancient scroll stuff.
I think this is not a comfort pick, but I'd like to call it a nostalgia pick, as this was, from what I heard, is a Machinehead's original character. So, nostalgia factor playing in a way that it doesn't usually do, right? But, Machinehead using it really effectively, catching Jacen by surprise. And I think Jacen just has to recover, right? I think he has the tools to go up against this Eddie.
He definitely does. I've talked about this matchup time and time again, that Armor King does have that down back 2-4 to just launch Eddie right out of relaxed stance, even handstand. You know what? The crazy thing.
Yes, sir. And we're back from another dimension, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was the Eddie of Machinehead that just swooped us. It teleported us to the Phantom Dimension, to the Room of Spirit and Time, silid ng Oras at Kaluluwa, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the Tagalog version of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber.
But yeah, man, I mean, the Eddie pick has just been super, super unexpected for a lot of us. I know a lot of people knew that Machinehead had that surprise pick, but and it even destroyed our concept of reality. But again, we'll be starting the games very, very soon.
Right, and before we start, of course, this tournament is regulated and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Of course, need to give our shout out there. But okay, what to do now? You are Jason. You just had this really shocking loss to a blast from the past, basically, for Machinehead. He went back in time. He rode the DeLorean at 88 miles per hour and came back with his Eddie.
I mean, oh my goodness, my brain is not working right now, and again, it must be so hard, comprehending to meet someone from the past like that. You don't even know who that person is in the future. Yeah, if I were Jason right now is the time to buckle up, not be surprised. We've already seen the pick. We've been given a game to adjust, and here's just applying what I know and looking for those parts so I can get my car fixed. Back.
We must find the flux capacitor in some way, and he looks like he's trying to find it still with this Armor King. And you're right, he has to buckle up. He has to get a read. He needs to gather all that information for the first game. And how hard must that be, right? Facing Machinehead's Eddie for the first time probably since forever. That's gotta be one tough task.
And Jason trying to get this lead from Quinn Pine to Lone Pine. Machinehead already has a game up on him, and beautiful sidestep 3+4, but Machinehead to just chunk away at Jason. So,
and again, Jason with another Hulika moment here. So consistent with seeing those lows. If there's a low counter, I think he might have the most lows so far in the season, and by the end of the season, Jason playing pretty strong.
Right, Machinehead though doing such a great job of spacing this out, using the edge, or rather the lack of edges of this stage to just burn the timeout.
Sometimes you don't need edges to have an edge, and that is what Machinehead is doing at this point. 15 seconds left, and he finds the elbow launcher. Going to get so much damage. Reset, still alive. The pixel right now for Jason. Can he do something?
And great Scott, Jason is holding on to Stick of Out, but no! Machinehead, so aware, had little time but kept his composure. Jason though trying to formulate an offensive here.
I mean, he has to, right? Machinehead's defense has been so good. Again, that life retention, but no retention right there for that flurry. Jason taking full advantage here, but he has to find another opportunity. Great block there on that slow drop kick, getting all, but he doesn't care. Just do it again. He'll probably get hit the next time, and that is the mindset right now I'm seeing from Jason.
That's right, Jason though looking to build a bit of momentum for himself, and once you see Jason hit 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some crazy stuff.
We're gonna see lightning. We are going to see him travel back. Will he bring back his winning days here with his Armor King? 13 seconds left. The tables have turned. Machinehead almost gets floated, but it doesn't matter. He finds a hit here. Great Scott is the word. 3 seconds again. It's like I've seen this movie.
Not once, but twice, just like the rounds the Machinehead has stacked on for himself, but a big down back 3 from Jason to equalize things just a tiny bit. Forward momentum though, being a bit more patient now, Doc. Oh, but the second hit into the train wreck.
And he close it out here. Not yet. Okay, there you go. 7 golden letters there for Jason. Raf looks like he is alive.
Incredibly alive. Jason though getting shipped away. Beautiful adjustment on that. The big damage towards Machinehead. He escapes the chain throw, Doc. The tension is just there. It's present. It's looming.
Zooming like a storm. We need to get that thunder to strike the clock here. Can Jason find thunder? He does find the shining wizard. 36 seconds. A lot of time here for Machinehead. Beautiful pickup there from Jason. Trying to close things out here. Oh, he almost gets launched right there. But Machinehead was unsure. Oh, just take that overhead.
Jason wants to bring Machinehead back to the future. Get back on that geezer. Trying to slay the Seti. Oh, big whiff of Machinehead. Jason stays alive with one more low kick and another round tacked to his name.
He ties things up at 2 rounds apiece. Beautiful dump there from Machinehead. He saw it coming because he saw a vision from the future. He read the almanac and he knows exactly what's going to happen. He is that much closer to a 2-0 win here and to deny Jason a point.
Look at this health lead. The time is running out. Machinehead's offense is looking unstoppable. Jason still has rage and still has the rest of the round available to him, but with a stick of health, this is looking so dire. Machinehead not overextending whatsoever, Doc. Trying to swat Jason away with these jabs, and the low! It's the low that takes it.
Beautiful finish there from Machinehead. He just built such an insurmountable life lead. He used the lack of edge as his edge. Just made Jason, he just froze Jason in his place. He couldn't do anything at all, and Machinehead comes out with a 2-0 victory to end the day.
Right, and the roads, or at least where they're going, Jason is gonna need all the roads he can get because Machinehead has cut off so much and so many avenues for him, just stifling those, like we said, so important points.
It is, and let's look back at that and let's just realize here that, you know, Jason stuck with 18 points, only able to get 1 point today. This Eddie pick, the blast from the past, taking it to the future right here. Machinehead this is a different Machinehead from what we're used to.
Exactly, and I love how Machinehead has such a different flavor to his Eddie. You know, this really used Jason's knowledge, his prior knowledge against him, because I guess Jason has, or I know Jason has a great idea on how to deal with an Eddie, but Machinehead's Eddie, something else.
When you have the mind like Machinehead and how he has improved throughout these years, and you bring back a character like Eddie, the way he made it work. Look at that, just chasing down, could not do anything. The way he just utilized Eddie's tools throughout this match. This Eddie is something that all the players have to watch out for now.
That's right. So wait a minute, Doc. You're telling me he built a time machine of that one character pick. It's really such a sight to behold, and yet another weapon to Machinehead's repertoire.
And probably he felt this was the stage that he had to bring it out. He was right there. He's just teetering on the edge for the bottom. I mean, if you look at the points and the standings, he needed to pull off something big, and that Eddie was his big answer. And he is sitting at 24 points, if my math is correct. And he's kind of safe, not the safest, but kind of safe from that bottom two.
But he needs that extra security moving forward in the next days, Doc. But like I said, that was the trump card. And as much as we want to tell you guys more about the next matches we have, we are gonna go on a bit of a break. And stick around because we still have a post show. Again, my name's Raph. I've been joined by Doc Jimmy. Be right back, guys.
welcome back to the Nationals, ang Liga ng mga Kampiyon. Ako si Mika Fabs at nandito tayo ngayon sa post-show. Si Doc Jimmy at si Raph mamaya pa. They will be joining us in a bit. At mag-isa ako ngayon. Hindi, joke. May special guest tayo dito sa post-show. Mauuna, before Doc Jimmy and Raph, ang nag-iisang Brent E Pro player dito sa Nationals na si Maru. Maru, thank you so much for joining me. At hindi na ako nag-iisa ngayon, mabuti nandito ka. First of all, I need to ask you about your match against AK. Ano ba tumatakbo sa isip mo noon? What were your thoughts throughout that whole exciting series?
Iniisip ko yung, actually, yung advantage ko ginamit ko na eh. Kasi, yun nga, nasa top 1 ako ngayon, and nalay kong mag-explore or mag-experiment ng ibang character. Kay AK, kaya ginamit ko isa ng Williams. So,
Ayun.
unexpected yung kinalabasan, pero yan.
And speaking of unexpected, marami kasing unexpected na nangyayari ngayong Nationals, no? Alam naman natin na ito yung first time na ganito yung format ng Nationals and we're adding in players from the draft series. So, bilang player dito sa Nationals, sobrang nag-iba ba yung feeling as a player?
As a player, yes po, parang yung mga galing sa draft series, dito nakita ko na rin sila naglalaro sa mga arcade days and nagko-compete din sila sa tournament. And tutuwa ako ngayon sa format ng the Nationals dahil nabigyan na yung mga aspiring or mga nangangarap na maging pro player dito sa Philippines. Especially Tekken 7.
Oo nga. And nakikita din natin yung spotlight, syempre, nasa aspiring players na yon, di ba? May tanong si Doc Jimmy. So on his behalf, kailan ba kayo gagawa ng real life content kasama si Sidestep Lance?
Sa mga nag-aabang ng content namin ni Sidestep Lance, hintayin nyo lang sa TikTok. Follow nyo po kami.
TikTok? Meron na ba? Kailan ba yan lalabas? Baka naman may teaser kayo dyan kung nandyan si Sidestep Lance. Pwede nyo nang gawin ngayon eh.
Mas hype pa to sa playoffs.
Ay, mas hype pa pala sa playoffs. Nako, sige. Guys, abangan nyo yan ha, because I'm so excited for that content. At kay Raph naman, meron din siyang tanong, nasa top ka ngayon ng standings. Ano yung feeling mo, especially since ikaw ngayon ay ang only player ng Brent E Pro?
Para sa akin, kahit ako yung mag-isa ngayon na nagre-represent sa Brent E Pro, feeling ko hindi ako nag-iisa dahil kasama ko sila Coach Mouts and si Sidestep Lance. Nandiyan sila lagi sa tabi ko and lagi nila akong kino-coach. Yeah. And yun lang.
Ayun, talaga, nandyan ba sila ngayon? Nasa tabi. So si Sidestep Lance, nasa kanan mo, tapos si Coach Mouts, nasa ano?
Wala.
Ay, nasa ka pala.
Solo.
Solo din pala si Maru ngayon. And last but not least, syempre, nabanggit na natin si Sidestep Lance at si Coach Mouts. Meron ka pa pang ibang shoutouts na gusto mo ibigay?
Shoutout and thank you po kila Sir Job Escutin, Bernard Chong, Jeff Victoriano, and sa manager ko po, si Richard Castillo. And thank you rin, and shoutout na rin, baka magtampo, si Coach Mouts and Sidestep Lance. Maraming salamat. And Carla.
Uy! Kinikinig ako dyan. Pero syempre, mas kinikinig pa ako sa shoutout ni Coach Mouts. Syempre, miss din namin siya dito sa The Nationals at sana tuloy na yung LAN para makasama na tayo lahat sa studio at lahat ng mga antics nyo, pwede nyo na ilabas. But for now, thank you so much, Maru, and congratulations for doing so well dito sa The Nationals.
Thank you po.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome back Doc Jimmy and Raph, ang ating casters for today, to discuss what went on and to break down all of the action. Doc Jimmy and Raph, what were your thoughts on so far the interview with Maru? Let's start with you, Raph.
Well, knowing Maru, very, very playful, Maru is Maru, I'm honestly so excited to see him do the TikTok to the
Mas hype pa si playoffs now. Doc Jimmy, what about you? Are you hyped for all of that content?
I think because of that, I'm going to make a TikTok account.
Oh! Abangan nyo yan ha. Tapos meron pa ngayon si Doc Jimmy pala may TikTok account na din.
Really, just to watch, just to watch, just to watch.
Just to
them.
watch. Just to watch. Sure. Mamaya, sumasayaw na si Doc Jimmy. Abangan nyo yan guys.
Not on your life.
He repost ng
Wow.
nationals yan. You never know, Doc Jimmy. It's been very unpredictable this season, so you don't know. But of course, speaking of unpredictable, we had our matches today. So guys, what surprised you the most and what was your favorite highlight from today? Doc Jimmy, we'll start with you.
Woo! So many great matches. No, but right off the bat, siguro yung pinaka standout match for me was AK joining the Demolition team sa first game. It was Demo Man after Demo Man after Demo Man. Yeah, parang hindi na siya pro player pero pro destruction player na siya.
Bringing out the Fall Phoenix, of course. Raph, what about you? What was your favorite moment?
Man, Doc already took my answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's not like I have to be on the spot and think of a new one as I distract everyone. But honestly, one of my favorites was Maru bringing out the Leo. It's been a good minute since we've seen him on that character and continuing his dominance with the characters he picked.
Speaking of dominance, let's actually check out the standings as they are at the end of day 3. Let's see if Maru can still maintain his lead, and he can. BRE Epro's Maru still stays on top, followed by Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion and Smart Omega's Jules. Now, guys, are you surprised by this, or do you think that this is how things should be? You know, like sabi ni Doc Jimmy kahapon na parang balance has been restored here at the Nationals. Doc Jimmy, what do you think?
I mean, I think these are the 5 names that we all expect to be in top 5. You can jumble them around and it would still be like, okay, this is kind of what's expected. But I think if we look at the second half, there are also a lot of names that could be here in the first.
Actually, checking out our second half, I want to ask Raph this time if you expected this outcome here in the second half.
And it's hard to expect anything in Pro League because, like we said, anything can happen. Coffee Prince is once again on the verge of joining the top half of the standing with the points he has. Machinehead isn't too far behind. Again, it's just so hard to call. All these matches have been insane and very, very intense. It's just really hard to pinpoint who is going to be where. But I would have to say that maybe the draftees needed a bit of time to adjust. But hey, that's not a knock on them.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of, all this unpredictability here, we also had a new patch coming on in. Which player do you think needs to adjust the most to this new patch? I know everybody's still going through the patch notes and, reviewing everything, but who do you think will this affect immensely? Raph, who do you think?
The Omegas, honestly, are very diligent to the data, so honestly, that could be extra study time for them. And knowing them, they will maximize the hell out of those new frames, those new toys they were given by Bandai Namco.
So a lot more homework to do for Smart
Definitely.
Omega. What about you, Doc Jimmy? Who do you think will have the hardest time adjusting to this new patch, or who might need to switch up what they usually do entirely?
Sa totoo lang, I don't think anyone would have a hard time adjusting because we're now on the kind of the break before the weekend. So I think all the players have ample time to go through. Yeah, they can go through the patch notes and really try to work things out because knowing the players, their coaches, and their teams, they would really put the work in.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a busy Friday for these guys, doing their homework before we proceed with the Nationals going into Saturday. And of course, speaking of Saturday, let's check out the schedule. It's going down to the last few days of the group stages. So this is going to be really, really intense. And just immediately, I am looking at AK and Coffee Prince. And over here, Vermilion versus AK. This is going to be so deadly. What about you, Doc Jimmy? Which match are you looking at?
Honestly, yeah, the Vermilion AK match is a match that I always look forward to whenever I see it pop up on screen. There's no mystery about my history with Vermilion. So seeing him go up against AK is
Wow.
always going to be so fun.
No mystery about the history. I love it. And checking out the second half of our match schedule on Saturday. Raph, which match do you think our audience should keep their eyes on in this second segment?
Absolutely, Maru versus Jules. Like I said, Omegas are very loyal and diligent to their data, and that makes them incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, Maru is looser, a bit more playful. So the clash of those contrasts, really fun to watch.
Yeah, and this is also going to be a battle for the top. These two have been at the top of our standings ever since we started the Pro League. So it's going to be, as you guys mentioned, that battle for dominance over here. Jules might want to take back that top spot. Maru might want to kick him off and decide to keep it. You know, it's a battle for, you know, who gets to own the Pro League at this point and who gets to end the group stages on top. So it's gonna be very, very exciting as we head into Saturday, and it is going to be, I believe we have 2 days left. Kaya mainit na mainit ang laban dito sa the Nationals. And into our next segment, mainit din ang laban dito.
Oh no.
This is when I lose all professionalism and start panicking kasi ito na ang talent predictions that has been, you know, our little parang side quest or side game within the Nationals. Oh my God, hindi pa ako ready, Prod! Binigla ako!
My God, Mika is so invested into this prediction. It's crazy.
I blame you all! I blame you all for this!
Wow.
Oh my gosh, okay. I'm still in the league,
Seconds.
guys. Whew.
You're not just
Oh,
in the
my
lead,
heart.
you're the Tekken 7 play-in
Ay.
champion. Read the subtitle, Mika.
This is the
Jeez.
only time na may champion na nandyan sa tabi ng pangalan ko. So I'm gonna enjoy it kahit wala namang bragging rights lang to. Or malay mo baka may chicken nuggets naman kayo diyan para sa champion, no?
Bonus pala.
Going into our second half, of course, it's not all about me. May second half pa tayo at nandito din si Raph. Kaya we can't forget about the second half. Raph, what do you have to say about this? Actually, you know what? It's not that far. It's quite close today.
Honestly,
going into this.
like as competitive as I am, I don't really mind, guys. But I'm just saying, if you're gonna try and trash talk me, I am going to rip into you until there is no tomorrow. Just do not bother.
Don't give up, Raph. Don't
I'm
give up.
not.
You have
It's all
2 days
good.
left.
I'm not sure if this is a mathematical error here, pero Vil with 59%. I'm not sure if that's an error in the graphic. Because I remember I think I was at 54% or something, or 55%.
Oh,
so if he's
I
at
get that.
59,
This is
he has
the
to be
civil war.
higher.
This is the civil
right?
war that we were talking about.
No.
Fight for your right, Doc Jimmy. Fight for your right.
No,
Yes.
I think Bill, if Bill's at 59%, he has to be higher. Like not here in the second half. I don't know. It's just the math. The math thing.
Are
in
you
me.
are you saying you would like to switch places and go to the second half?
I mean, you know, we have to be honest with the numbers and
Aw.
standings. I'm a man of integrity. Yes.
Integrity, yes, I love it. But of course, we aren't the only ones predicting now because this has been a big thing. Meron din tayong audience predictions ngayon. Para kayo naman, di ba? Yung parang meron din kayong something at stake here in the National. So we do have our predictions of the day, and let's get into it. Let's get into our top predictions of the day over here at the National.
Oh!
The peeps in pink.
People in
Team Pink, let's
Yes,
go,
Team
Miko.
Pink!
My
Team
goodness.
Pink gets it!
I did not
Yeah,
expect
not
any
bad.
of you to be this invested, guys. Come
Not
on
bad.
now.
Let's go.
Raph, you're just saying that because you know you
Sure.
you need to get up
someone
on the
screenshot.
point.
Sure,
Someone take a
Mika.
screenshot, please, and tag
Yes,
me.
okay. I'm screen. Ako talaga nag-screenshot, no. I told you. Pagdating sa segment na to, I just lose all professionalism or whatsoever.
Let's
You
go.
guys made me into this.
Oh,
She's
But
God.
yes,
passing
of
it on
course.
to people.
89% success rate. Oh my gosh, Doc Jimmy, what do you think we need to do to get that into 100%?
They
Ako,
really
target
took
to
a
the
screenshot.
100%.
My goodness.
Yes, I did. Siyempre naman. Meron din naman ako, yung parang may little photo album ako ng mga victories ko.
Wow.
But of course, we also have, something from our audience as well. So let us get into the audience predictions. So right now we have, as we can see over here, quite a good day for the audience over here. 67% success for the audience. Good job, guys. Give yourself a round of applause. Meron pa lang undecided dito. I would think kasi na parang paano kaya yan for the whole audience, but that would be interesting. Baka kung complete tie and the audience can't make up their mind, but you guys certainly have made up your mind, of course, and you guys get that 67% success rate. I think you guys, yung audience, I think nasa gitna ni Poch and Eliza, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere there sa standing. So, yay! Good job, guys. You guys did really, really well today. And
I feel so
syempre,
happy.
meron... I feel so happy too! Oh my gosh! Binigla ako ng prod, hindi pa ako ready, guys. I usually like to pace myself before the talent predictions, especially since, there's a lot of pressure on me.
You know what Mika's trying to say? She's winning. She's winning, guys. Is that what?
She's
that's
trying
what
to be
Mika's
feeling
humble
saying?
here,
herself
Rap.
right
I'm trying
now.
to be
She's
humble
feeling
here.
herself.
I'm trying to be humble here, Rap. Man. But of course, we also have our comment of the day. You guys sent in your answers to the question na nakapin dyan sa comment section ng ating stream, which is, who do you think will dominate day 3 dito sa the Nationals? And a familiar name over here at the Nationals, Mr. Gio Cosme, thinks that si Maru pa rin ang magiging dominant dahil consistent ng ranking niya simula ng day 1 ng group stage. That's actually right, and I believe that Maru has been one of the more consistent players dito sa Nationals. Ever since, I think we talked about this earlier, season 1 yung medyo rocky si Maru, but ever since then he's just been skyrocketing, and now currently at the top. So guys, that concludes day 3 of the Nationals Pro League, and we only have 2 days left until the playoffs.
Gosh.
And if these past 2 weeks are any indication, you guys better stay tuned dahil hindi talaga natin alam kung ano yung mangyayari. Ako lang, apparently, kami ni Doc Jimmy, may alam. It's like we always say, these matches are so unpredictable. Wink, 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 unpredictable nga. Pero don't worry, hindi ako mabibigay ng spoilers. Dito. You will just have to find out, of course, as the Nationals continues this weekend. I am Nika Fabs, and thank you so much to Doc Jimmy and to Raph. I'm facing the right direction, yes. And to Poch Spice and to Porokun earlier as well. We will be leaving you with our top 5 plays of the day. For now, stay safe, stay healthy, and have a good night.